Good morning, everyone.
It's audible, Divya.
Ma'am, now I had actually checked the Wi-Fi. Is it audible, ma'am? Is it clear enough?
Yeah, it's clear. Video?
Okay. Is the audio and video clear, ma'am?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, is it audible, ma'am?
Can you hear my
Hello.
voice? Hello.
Ma'am, please unmute your microphone.
Yes, ma'am, it is audible. Very good, ma'am.
To improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. A very good morning to all the dignitaries, guests, professors, and students. I, Divya M. from Computer Science Department, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of the organizing committee of today's international conference on advances in modern science and technology, organized by Tijon Institute of Technology in association with KAS. Knowledge as a service. Prayer is an action. It is the process of talking with God in order to achieve a purpose. So let us begin the program by seeking the blessings of Goddess Bhuvaneshwari with Nadipita.
ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ
ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಕಣೆ
ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜಗಲಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾರೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾರೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌರ विद्यारण्य बसवेश्वर मध्वर दिव्यारण्य ब्रह्मषडक्षरि पुन्ना कम्बल कुडिपति जन्ना कुमार व्यासल मङ्गलधाम कविकोटिलगळ पुण्याराम भैरव ಹೊಯ್ಸಳ ರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಗಳರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಶರಾವತಿ ಕುಂಡ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ. ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ರುದ್ರಾನ ಜನ ಜನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಜೈ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಸುಂದರ ನದಿ ವನಗಳ ನಾಡೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ.
Thank you. A pessimist complains about the wind. An optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sail. Today we have Dr. Mary Immaculate Sheila, Professor and Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Science and Computing, Pentecost University, Accra, West Africa. She has an academic experience of over 24 years, acted as an external examiner for PhD, thesis evaluation in various Indian universities. She has guided 5 research scholars and currently guiding 2 of them. She has published many books and has published papers in various journals. With due respect, I invite Dr. Mary Immaculate Sheila to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Shall I share my screen?
Please, ma'am.
Is it visible now? No, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Have you seen my screen? Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
For me, it is not showing. Have you seen my slides? You
Slides are
all
not
seen?
visible. Slides are not visible, ma'am. Only the screen
Okay.
is available.
My PPT. Is it visible now? My slides.
No, ma'am. PPT is not visible.
I think you are not. I am the host. Where is the sharing button? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
When I am sharing, it is not coming.
Ma'am, fifth one, fifth button.
Yeah, there I am clicking.
Ma'am, a
Entire.
window or a tab. If you use that, it will be easy.
Okay. Yeah, now it is coming. Thank you. Is it visible now?
Ma'am, your current window, the Gmail is open, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay.
Just show your PPT, ma'am. That's enough, ma'am.
Okay. I am doing.
Okay. Again,
Is it visible now?
ma'am, screen is visible, ma'am.
will close this thing. When I am sharing only, it is coming screen only.
Okay, okay, no issue, ma'am. Ma'am, if it is possible, try to share your PPT through WhatsApp now. I will share you.
Yeah, I am. Okay,
Please. Okay, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
I'll do.
Okay.
This artificial intelligence is a fifth generation, and if you want to define the intelligence, how will you define the intelligence? When you are taking this artificial intelligence, if you studied in your first year or regular, you all will come to know about the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a field of study in the direction of creating a machine as capable as human being. Maybe we may think how to create a machine as a human being. When we were born, automatically the intelligence is inside. The baby, when if it is cry, the mothers will feed. Therefore, from that time itself, we started the intelligence. Based on the human experience, the human is going to build a machine thinking wisely as a human being. That is artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. Sir, next slide. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Now, I am going to ask some of the question. Kindly, the participants, some of them are research, some of them are students, some of them are faculty. I want to know how many are from faculty members, researchers, and students. Kindly, if you are a researcher, you type R. If you are a student, you type yes. If a faculty, type F. Kindly do it in the chat box, chat window, just for small information to know about this, the participant status. Please, can you take 1 second and you can type it yes or F or R. Can you hear me? All are willing to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. Now the responses are there. My dear friends, in Ghana now the time is 4 a.m. Therefore, the internet connection is something we are not able to do immediately. Sorry for the inconvenience. Kindly see my slides. Even though we are going forward in the technology, always when we are going and when we are using a new technology, there is a positive, there is a negative side, both. My first question is AI good or bad? The second one is the danger real? Then third one, can AI in healthcare be trusted? The last one, can machine think? In 1950, Alan Turing, he only thought these things, can machine think? He introduced that time itself AI technology to think machine, that is machine intelligence. Now, nowadays, 2020, it become very booming. Everywhere, all are talking like a everyday life. The final question I need the participants to answer is artificial intelligence is statistics or computer science or engineering or any other field do you think? Kindly type the answer if you want to participate in this question. Only for the last question, is artificial intelligence is statistics or computer science or engineering or any other field or combination of all? Kindly type your answer. How many of you are thinking we need statistics when we are doing the artificial intelligence? My dear friends, all the combinations we need when you are going to work in artificial intelligence. Mainly the statistics and mathematics playing important role when you are going to implement the artificial technology through machine learning, or you are going to keep deep learning, or whatever it may be. Therefore, artificial intelligence is a combination of all. What do you think about the intelligence? Next slide, please. Now, intelligence, when you are taking, it may be logic, or you have to understanding, self-awareness, learning, emotional, knowledge, reasoning, planning, creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving. This all are the definition given by the persons, those who want to define artificial intelligence. Generally, we know what is the intelligence. Some researchers, scientists, they define the artificial intelligence. If you want to see the slide, you see this, how to maintain the lifetime value, that is artificial intelligence. From this, if you want to make a big data, we have to take the artificial intelligence, how to think like a human being. Then we are introducing the machine learning. From the machine learning, we are going to report the past or predict the future, how to apply the technology to bring the future, to predict the model, to design a model. This all will come under the artificial intelligence. Sir, please, next slide. This is defining the artificial architecture of intelligence, what we are doing as usual. The slides and all, first we have to analyze, we are learning from the feedback, we are finding the reasoning, applying the action, then we are doing the response. These all are some of the architecture way, the intelligence, how it is working. Therefore, to understand the intelligence, we need the language understanding, speech understanding, computer vision, customer profiling, customer segmentation. This all are some of the machine learning algorithm, how we are going to implement artificial intelligence in the machine. Therefore, this all are the basic. Those who are researchers, or those who are a student, or those who are faculty, those who are handling these courses, you may know this all are the technique available. So, next slide. This all our history already, it has started 1950. Now it is booming 2023. Therefore, I am not going to read the slide, just for your reference, showing the slide, the history, how it has developed, how it has improved. Next one. Next one, please. This all are the way how the artificial intelligence is moving and improving, and technology has developed, and each and every day how the growth has grown, and it is still growing. Next slide, please. This all are the main thing we are going to discuss today, concept, how artificial intelligence is used in the hospital and medicine and medical field. My dear friends, you see the right hand side, we are seeing the heart icon. What we are going to do, how it is used in medical field, how the AI is helped, how we are using. The main thing is we have to detect the disease and symptoms, therefore early detection. The next one is diagnosis. Then third one is decision making. These three methods and these three are the key roles the artificial intelligence playing. Even though we are a human being, we have many doctors, we have experts, we have skilled person, but the machine is giving the accurate result to give this three concept: early detection, what are the symptoms each person is having, your artificial intelligence is detecting. Then diagnosis, before, what, after, if you get the symptoms, how to diagnosis, what are the method, what are the way it is mentioning the patient to get cure, likewise the diagnosis. Then last one is decision making. These three things are playing important role in your medical field. Based on this only, we are improving and we are utilizing all the algorithm. How to implement the artificial intelligence is that we are using the machine learning. Next slide, please. When you are going to do the machine learning, some of them heard about machine learning, some of them know, some of them using. Those who are doing research, they are using. Those who are a student, just you are knowing as well as hearing from your lecturers what is machine learning. The machine learning is a vast area. There are many algorithms and concepts and technologies are there to apply your artificial intelligence. So next slide, please. When you are coming to the artificial intelligence, see the left hand side, the diagram. We used to say the circle, inner circle. Artificial intelligence is a program that can sense, reason, act, and adapt. Like a human being, it can sense, it can reasoning and act. Then inside the artificial intelligence, we are having machine learning algorithm. Machine learning is algorithm whose performance improve as they are expected to more data over time. Inside the machine learning, we are using the deep learning. Some of the machine learning algorithm in which multi-layered neural network learn from vast amount of data. My dear friends, the deep learning is coming into the machine learning. Why means in medical field we cannot handle machine learning algorithm alone, because medical area and medical domain, in medical imaging we need vast data. That's why the big data is coming inside. And also the dimensionality. When you are coming to medical field, we have to create more features. The inputs are more. Therefore, comparing the machine learning, deep learning is providing more accurate results and feedback and decision making and good diagnosis. That's why deep learning is playing a very important role in medical imaging when you are going to apply artificial intelligence. Please, next slide. See, early when we were like you, when we were studying as undergraduate, that time we also studied like a one subject, one course, one paper, artificial intelligence. That time the artificial intelligence is a rule based one. Just we are giving a rule based, we have to give the predicate class. Like this only we are evaluating the artificial intelligence. But now, when you are using the rule based one, it won't help the medical field to diagnose all the symptoms or all the diagnosis, all the disease. Therefore, in new technology, the new artificial intelligence is used experience based, learning from examples. Next slide, please. Now, in new AI, new artificial intelligence is based on learning from example. Learning from example, we introduce the machine learning. Then what is the machine learning? Here, usually the difference between machine learning and computer learning. Computer programming, what we used to do, we are giving input, the machine is processing and it will produce the output. But when you are coming to machine learning, we have to feed input as well as the output to generate a model with the help of training data. After once you design and develop model, we have to give trained data to predict the model is producing the output, producing the symptom or result likewise. Here the input and output is nothing but I am giving one example for the calculator, that is for supervised machine learning. This is an anemia calculator. If you want to create a model for anemia calculator, the input is nothing but the parameter. What are the symptoms? What are the features we are going to give? I mentioned this. Some of the things are age, sex, height, weight, and NCV. This all are some of the input features we are feeding into our model, and your output are based on the input. What are the deficiency we are getting, that also will be feed. Then the model should be generated. In this way only we have to develop a model, create a model. My dear friends, when you are coming to the learning from examples, I am ready to share one story because everyday life we are learning from example. Suppose when you are going to, nowadays we are using the Google map, easily we are moving from one place to another place. Suppose you are appointed a new driver, you want to move from your house to your office, or you want to move from one place to another place. What are the way how to teach the driver the place? There are two ways are there. One is the first one, you can tell the route where you have to go. In between, what are the landmark is there, you have to tell the driver. If he is new to the place, he will take you, it may take little time, or he may misplace the path, or he may directly he may not go and he use some other way. Likewise, if you are giving the experience learning, just you can ask the driver to sit in your car, you can drive the way, you show the path how you are driving from house to your office, then he may see the way, easily he can learn from. That is the example, learning from example. From our childhood, the baby, when you are happy, when you are seeing the baby with a smiling face, it can identify easily, it can make you to feel happy, he will also show the face happy, learning from experience. Suppose if you are showing anger in your face, easily it can identify. This all are small small experience from learning we are doing. If you want to create a model, so many students and faculties are there. Just I am giving one small example how to create a model. We all know the plus symbol, that is the circle within the plus symbol. Using the circle with plus symbol, we can create a model. When you are giving a data, when you are giving a result, we can create a model. Now just I am going to say one small example. Those who are having a pen and paper, just you write and tell me the model. Are you ready? Audience, please. Shall we do?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Just you write your pen, the number 2, then plus circle. You have to write not plus, the around plus you have to write, put circle. You put another one is plus circle. Those who are not able to follow, kindly see the chat box I am typing. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Yeah. Don't type plus. The symbol is plus circle. Okay. Now tell me, this left hand side is your data, that is your input. Then the right hand side is your output. Now we are going to develop, we are going to generate a model based on this input and output. Before generating the model, do you have any idea what is the model? Anyone can tell me if it is possible. Two plus circle 1, it will generate, it will give the output 0. 10 plus circle 20 is producing the output 1. 7 plus circle 3 is producing the output 2. Any model have you known or have you found, have you applied anything? Okay. My dear friends, have you heard about the Boolean algebra? I need some response. Yes, okay, good. Now, based on the Boolean algebra only, we are going to generate a small model. If I am telling the answer, how the model has generated, how the model has created, we all are wondering. Therefore, we are not going to create anything new, just the existing one, already available system, how we are going to use and create and develop a new model. Now, I am going to, anyone, have you found the model or shall I continue? Hello.
Continue.
Ma'am, please
Yes.
continue, ma'am.
Yes, please. Now, if you see the number 2 plus circle 1, here your input 2 is a even number and your 1 is the odd number. The two inputs, the two numbers, one is even, another one is odd, your output is 0. Both numbers are even, your output is 1. Both numbers are odd, your output is 2. We are generating the model. Therefore, this is the way we are giving. When you are generating the model, the general format is like this only we are giving the odd number and even number. Based on this only we are generating the model. Both are even when we are giving one output. Both are odd, you have to generate the output is 2. Both one is even and one is odd number, we are giving output is 0. Like this way we have to generate a model. The same thing, instead of your input, I am just for small example, I have mentioned the number here. If you want to give your input, your features in your medical field, any of the symptoms when you are giving, then what type of output you have to find out and diagnose the disease, what type of disease it is, what type of symptom is it. For example, if you know the model, if I am typing the data 13 plus circle 5, what output will you get? If the number is 13, your input is 13 plus 5, what output will you get? Both the numbers are odd number. Therefore, you will get your output number is, your output will produce that is 2. This is the way we are generating the model. Very good. I'm happy about it, Varsha. Thank you. This is the way, students, you can generate your model. You know, so many ideas, so many existing system is there. Just you have to combine and you have to introduce and generate a new model and make your model to give more examples, testing data, and then you have to check with your training data. Next slide, please. Now, most of them heard about this. This is a robot. This robot has passed the machine learning algorithm and AI. This is the first AI passed the medical exam in China. Therefore, you know how the technology is going on. In future, when you are coming like as a professor, you are not going to take the class. For you, the robotics is doing all the things. Next slide, please. This is the purpose of AI. My dear young research and young leaders, youngsters for the India, your future of India is in your hand. What you are going to do when you are doing research for AI, or when you are interested to do, or when you are interested to develop a model, especially in the medical field. Why we need the purpose of AI? When a physician cannot diagnose a clinical problem because it is outside the expertise, the physician must consult a specialist. Here, suppose the time the specialist is unavailable or the opinion does not come in timely fashion. The time is very, very important. Diagnosis on time, decision making on time. If you make delay, we will lose the life. We will lose the patient. We will lose the human being. Therefore, if the purpose of AI, when you introduce, it is shaping the future, it's shaping the medical field, it reduce the number of death. Therefore, in this way, we are introducing the AI concept. Next slide, please. Mainly, what are the problems with the AI? Just I am making a note and pointing to give some awareness. That is the keynote speaker I am doing. The first one, the programs are unable to deal with most complex of clinical problem. AI also having some problems. And another thing is AI not making the final decision. We cannot say AI alone can help the medical diagnosis, medical field, and medical domain. It just assists the person. And the ethics of AI is that AI cannot make a final call or final decision. Just it is assist the person, it help the doctor and consultant. Therefore, AI should remain assist in nature. Next slide, please. The important uses for AI system. The AI is used in whatever the slide, whatever I am telling and we said and we discussed. The main concept is the discovery and the clinical decision making. And mostly because of the AI, now the MRI scan, the cost, we can reduce the cost, we can make good decision at early time, we can diagnose this at early stage to prevent the symptoms, to prevent the disease. That everything is possible because of the AI. And drugs development before AI, they are taking years, 1,000 years, 100 years, or more than years to find the composition, how to make a new drugs. Now it is taking less time to develop a new drugs. In this way, AI is playing important role in the medical field. Next one, please. Whenever we are going for AI technology, the data is very, very important. Wherever we go, now everybody talking about the data, the source of the data. When you are using the application, there are three ways we can say the data. Application also can generate the data. User also can generate the data. The machine also generate the data. You may see the diagram and you can identify the type of data generated by the application and the data generated by the user and the data generated by machine. You see below the diagram, the third one. Even data, when the machine is generate the data, either it may be a event data or scientific data, spatial data, machine generated data. This all are the way we are having different type of data. Next slide, please. When you are coming to the data, either your data may be structured data or unstructured data. Before moving to the slide, when AI is using the data, is it structured data or unstructured data? Mostly we used to say AI is using the structured data. Next slide, please. See here, I am not going to explain each one briefly because you all know what is structured, what is unstructured data. I am going from the downward, structured data. If the data is having model, format, structure, the example is for database. Then the semi-structured example is spreadsheet XML file. The quasi-structured is a clickstream data. Unstructured is your text document, PDF, images, video, everything. Now AI is using all the data, but generally they used to say AI data is a structured data. Next slide, please. Here we are using this AI need the structured data. When you are going to create a model, always the first step is to collect data. After collecting the data, when you are saying the data means why they are all are showing eager and all are very much fond on medical field means in medical field only we are having huge amount of data, patient history. Therefore, if you want to implement the big data concept is enter into this. They want to collect the data based on the examples, more example. We have to create a model. We have to train the model. We need big amount of huge volume of data. Therefore, first, when you are going to create a model, we need data collection. The data collection is done by the data analyst. They are going to collect the data. Then we have to move our store. That means whether you are collecting the data from one place to another place or we are storing. Then after that we are coming to explore transition. That is the third step. We used to say extract, transform and load, ETL concept. Based on these three things only, this all are like a data collection. The person is doing this. Then we are moving to the aggregate and label. Each data we separate, that means segmented, we segregate, we are giving some label. Therefore, here only the data analytics will come to play their role. Therefore, after data collected, then data analyst will do this one based on the label. They will, after that only we need the data scientists. They only generating from the data analyst and they are built a model with the help of the training and testing data. After that only finally the deep learning will come. Therefore, whatever model we are going to create, you have to follow these things. The role of the data analyst, the data collect, we need this data scientist. What are the role of the persons they are doing? The first we need the data collection, then we need the data analytics, finally only we need the data scientists. They all are coming to generate or develop a model based on the analytics what they are doing. Next slide please. This slides and all, we know what are the medical population based on this each day. The 2014 we are having the elders, the population of the country based on this medical crisis all over the world. Just I copy the slide from this. Therefore, just you go through just for seeing this one. Next slide, please. This. See the slides. Which country worry the most about healthcare? Mostly we all are Indian. Just you see our country. 14% only we are worried about the healthcare. Then the Hungary and Poland and Brazil is at the top most, but nobody is not more than 80% worrying about healthcare. Therefore, in future, when we are going, we all the country, the entire world is concentrating and they are care about the healthcare. Based on the AI technology, it is possible. Next slide, please. Now, in medical field, what are the crises we are facing? The first one is we are not having enough doctors. And especially more and more aged people need more doctors, not enough doctors. Then another thing is not enough money to do diagnosis, to do the treatment. And nowadays, the final one, few only want to become a doctor because of the long period. These all are the some of the medical crises we are facing at present. Therefore, in AI technology, how it is helping, just it is playing a very important role to overcome this problem. Artificial intelligence and medical, artificial intelligence and imaging. This way, the artificial intelligence will come into medical field and imaging in the way applying the method and helping the society and the domain to bring this one easily to adapt. So next slide please. Just I am leaving the slides for you to think. Whenever you are going to do a research or whenever you are going to develop something, think about it. The doctors and patients both need AI. The AI is really a promising, good tool because all AI is working based on the machine learning algorithm. The algorithms, like the human being only developing the algorithm. The algorithm designed by human being are not perfect, or is it perfect? These all are some of the questions. The people, those who want to argue with the AI concept, they are not ready to accept the technology. Still, the argument and discussion is going on. Just I am leaving the question for you to think before designing or developing a model using AI technology. Next slide, please. My dear friends, this is used for the user and the person, those who want to do research. This is the main thing. The first thing is always we are doing the pre-processing, feature estimation, feature selection, classification and evaluation. Under the classification only, to select the features from the images, we are applying many algorithm, many concept, how to select the features. After selecting the features, we have to do the classification. Under the classification, you see the algorithm. This all are machine learning algorithm. When you are coming to machine learning algorithm, can I ask a quick question? How many machine learning algorithm do you know, or do you think how many are available? That means the types of machine learning algorithms, the categories. Just you type a number. I will give 1 second. If you know, you type the number. How many machine learning algorithms are available? Or do you know how many numbers? Anyone? Any participants? Good. If you don't know, very good. Yeah, thank you. But totally, we are having the type of machine learning algorithms are 16. Among the 16, we are familiar and often we are using and categorize the things for. The one is supervised, next one is unsupervised, semi-supervised, reinforcement. These all are the four methods often we are using. Each method, each category has its own types. So many algorithm under the supervised learning, unsupervised learning and reinforcement learning. Therefore, this four only we are using often to make or to design to develop a model. Each machine learning, when we are doing the classification, see here the neural network, Bayesian decision, then support vector machine, logistic regression, decision tree, k nearest neighbor algorithm. This each one is when you are going to discuss, my dear friends, before going to machine learning, before going to develop AI algorithm, you must know each of the algorithms thoroughly, how it is working, what type of result it will produce, and we need the basic concept of statistics. If you remember the statistics and this model, easily you can develop and easily you can adapt your own model and you can do the research very well with confident manner. Therefore, you go through when the time permits or when we are getting the next chance, I will explain each algorithm with the example clearly. Now, because of the time, just I am showing for the classification, we are having this all are the algorithm. Each one already we studied in your mathematics in your school level. When you are coming to combining this algorithm with the statistic concept and we generate the model using machine learning, we are amazing. And now you all are the 21st generation and digital generation people. You no need to worry about the coding. Now the Python is helping, so many library and packages are available. Only just you have to select the correct model and you select the algorithm, easily implement the features and input. The Python is producing a result and output. Easily you can check and predict the things. Therefore, no need to worry about the things. Only the how to select the data collection and extracting the feature, generating the model is your side. All other things, the machines and packages are doing the things. Next slide, please. Now see here the classification type I mentioned. This all are the algorithms available under the classification: support vector machine, neural network, k nearest neighbor, logistic regression. When you don't know what type of model it will come, if you don't know how to predict, mostly we are applying the probability. That is also conditional probability. Likewise, the mathematics will come inside to predict your output, predict the model, predict the result. Therefore, kindly you develop your knowledge and interest in the basics of statistics and mathematics. It will help you to understand easily the concept, the random forest. Each one is playing its own role in the application to generate a model. Next slide, please. My dear friends, the challenges we are having, how to make a machine to learn. If you are a human being, we know how to make them to learn by experience, by teach. Likewise, if you are going to make a machine to learn. See this character. As a human being, we all know this all are representing the alphabet letter A. But how do you feed this model? How do you generate a role? How do you make algorithm to understand the machine to identify the character? Each one needs some role. These all are the features we have to feed and make the machine to read. Therefore, this is when you are going to make a read, to predict or assign a label to a new observation based on the model built from the past experience. That's why we have to make the machine to learn. And the difference between supervised and unsupervised algorithm, how we are generating the model. Your supervised learning, we are knowing the output, we are going to predict. If you are using supervised algorithm, we know what type of output will come. We are predicting, we know already. In unsupervised algorithm, we are knowing the model find own output based on the data, because it doesn't know, it won't predict the output. This is the way. Therefore, based on the medical, what type of problem you are going to take, whether you are going to analyze the predict output already know, then you go for supervised algorithm. Suppose with the help of data you are going to find the output, you go for unsupervised algorithm. Likewise, you have to select your topic, and based on this you have to generate and develop a model. Next slide, please. When you are coming to this discussion, this all are, how do you think AI will change medicine? This all are some of the topic. That means I am leaving this one, just you read it. This all are the discussion, still it is going on. Some of them are agree and accepted, some of them are still doing the discussion. Therefore, it is in the discussion where the research is going on. Next slide, please. AI and machine learning, how AI work in healthcare. This is the thing we discuss about this. That's why I told this AI how it is work. Machine learning is a type of AI that allows computer to make a prediction without being explicitly. Therefore, your machine learning, when we are going to develop, first of all, you identify what type of output, what type of algorithm you are going to select and you are going to use, whether it is supervised or unsupervised, based on the predict output or based on the output you are going to predict through the data. You have to decide and you have to select the topic. Next one, please. This is mainly when you are going for research, we have to follow some ethics. Some of the ethics based on AI, just I am giving. Always when you are going to do medical diagnosis, we are going to use and test the human. You have to respect the human autonomy, and you have to maintain what are the ethics we have to follow. Based on this, we have to do our research. Therefore, just I am showing whatever, not only in AI, whatever research we are doing, we have to follow some ethics and respect the human being. Next one. This is the data science. Therefore, combination of all. Now, the field is data science. We are going to study about the data science, analyzing data, extracting information from large data set and present the value ordered content of business value. That is the data science. We used to say the data science is nothing but a combination of mathematics, science, engineering, and we are statistics. This all are combination of the things, combining all this area together, and we are forming a data science. The next one, please. Yeah, here only. Just, sir, how many minutes more? Shall I continue? Hello.
Ma'am, okay, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you are coming to the confusion matrix, my dear friends, using this one, easily we can create and generate a model if you understand the confusion matrix. The first left-hand side, you see this is the model. When you are referring this, when you are going to generate a confusion matrix, some authors, that means some person, some scientists, they are telling the two values. One is the predict condition, another one is the actual condition. When you see the first left hand side table, your actual condition is represented in row format and your predictor condition is represented in the column format. That means we know the actual condition and our model is going to predict the things. Therefore, this is the general format for confusion matrix. The first one is true positive. Both are positive, then we are coming to true positive. Then the second one is false negative. When you are coming to second row, this is false positive. Then the next one is true negative. When I am showing the confusion matrix, those who already know or those who studied it, you may get idea what it is. But if you are a new, we are not getting what it is, why, how it is helped like this way. But when I am showing the example, everybody can understand why we need, how it is used. Coming to the second table, using the confusion matrix, when we are seeing this actual and predict the things, we are going to diagnose these things. The true negative is when the patient doesn't have a heart disease and the medical, that is your model, what we are going to generate or generated, your model also predict that the patient has a heart disease. But both are true positive. The patient is the, you are going to identify when it is, if it is a true negative and true positive. You see here when they are making this, what is the meaning of true negative? The true negative is nothing but here the arrow mark is mentioning. True negative is nothing but when the patient doesn't have a heart disease, but your model is identifying, your model is predicting the person is having heart disease, then it is very, very danger. Therefore, your model, when you are developing the things, it should be detect and it should be predict the correct way. If you are or if you see the table, see here, actual. The first row is detected, then the first column top is actual. Both the detected, our model is detecting heart disease. Yes, you are actually, the patient is having heart disease, then it is true positive, the first green color. Both your actual and you are predicting, your model and the reality, both are matching, therefore it is true positive. The next one, when you are coming to the first row, false positive. Actually, the patient, that means the person, actually the person doesn't have heart disease, but your model is detecting, your model is predicting he has disease, heart disease. Then it is false positive. Then when you are coming to the next one, false negative, the person has disease, but your model identify also not disease, not having symptom, then it become a false negative. But the person also not having, the model also not predicting, then it will come true negative. Therefore, if you understand the table, you can develop a model. Whatever data you are collecting, you apply and easily you can predict whatever symptom you are getting. When you go and train the model, when you are testing, it will predict the correct result. This is called the confusion matrix. They all are applying the confusion matrix to identify your analysis and identify and predict the model to produce the result. And simply here I am showing the theory. You may know how we have to predict. Each one is having its own formula. If it is true positive, how to calculate. Each one is having the number. For example, if you are having your patient record, 100 patients, 100 persons are there. Among this, only 51 is 50 persons are having symptom. Then you have to apply the formula for true positive, false negative. Then among the 100, among the 50, 21 doesn't have same similar symptom. Likewise, some formula is there. That's why I mentioned we need some mathematics and statistics to apply this formula to find this result and create the confusion matrix. Next slide, please. My dear friends, we are at the end. I am not going to show any research what I am doing, what we have done. Because of this, just I generated some awareness what is going on in AI field with the help of the YouTube and Google and some of the scientists and online lecturer. I have taken the slides and showed to you. Now, this all my AI related concept and AI field, how it is used in medical image, and how the as a researchers, as a student, as a faculty, we have to do. But doing the research and creating a model, no need to wait up to your PhD. As a student, friends, now you are getting more chance. You can develop your project whenever, whatever you are developing, just share with others and you publish it. Then only everywhere when you are generated the model, how everywhere entire globe we are connected with mobile, everyone is having the mobile phone. I am not talking about the advanced one or the small, everybody is able to use and we are connected. Likewise, when you are developing model, when you publish it, when you share it, everybody has get the chance. Then the medical field we can save, we can generate, and we can make a higher achievements. Therefore, now I am in the final slide. I have done my part. Finally, AI will help and improve our situation in all domain. Artificial intelligence is not a threat to humankind unless if it is used as a weapon. If you use as a solution, if you generate, if you find solution in correct manner, it will help and save lives and reduce the dollar. We can save the life as well as we can help the lives, we can save the dollar. That means the cost in the medical system and medical field. Up to this, I have end my session. Finally, I thank the management. I take this opportunity to thank the chairman and the organizing team of T. John's Group of Institution, Bangalore, India. God bless you all. If you have any query, in the first slide, I am typing my email. You are ready to receive your feedback. I am ready to help you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, sir. Kalai sir, thank you. I have
Thank you,
done.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, welcome, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Das, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your innovative slides and explanations, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Very informative.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
So, madam, I have a little bit confusion. So, what is the difference
Carry
between
on.
that semi-supervised and reinforcement learning?
Yes, sir. When you are having semi-supervised and reinforcement learning is full and full of feedback. Based on the full and full of feedback only, we are implementing the reinforcement learning. Semi-supervised means not fully supervised. Only part of them are only supervised. That's why we are using the semi-supervised and reinforcement learning.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Yeah, depend on your selection of the field, where you are, what type of topic, which domain you are going to do, what is the algorithm have you selected. Based on this only, we have to identify which one we have to go semi or reinforcement. Likewise, your topic, your title, and the algorithm.
Madam, in which domain mostly you are using the reinforcement learning?
In the medical field only, based on the feedback. For example, we are having many doctors in the field, isn't it? Nowadays, everywhere we are talking about the heart disease and cancer, and now they are concentrating on the retinopathy, diabetics. Likewise, everywhere, everyone is the famous. We all are saying, all the doctors are expert. All the doctors are a famous doctor for in this field. We cannot say he is the only one famous in that field. But based on the experience, all are giving different treatment, different way. Therefore, based on the feedback and the experience, we are generating the model. Therefore, this is the reinforcement. Medical
For this,
field there.
for this one, is there any specific models are like that one? Man, many types of the models are there also there in that reinforcement learning.
Many models are there depending on your domain, where you are going to do. Likewise,
Okay.
there is no specific.
Okay.
You go through this medical, you go through this Springer, that is, I will send the how to select the model and where you have to search this type of the things online. The research we have to type the title. It will give you a, what current research is going on, what are the white paper is available. Then you can type what you want. If you type the title, it will show the list what the current research is going on. Therefore, easily you can identify the things. I will share the website to the sir, then he will forward to you all the participants at the end of the conference.
Okay, ma'am. Please share it, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, you are welcome.
Opportunities to here we have Dr. P. Sampath, currently working as assistant professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering, NIT Warangal. He has published 18 technical papers. He has published 18 technical papers in peer-reviewed international journals, which include Energy and Fuels, Journal of Electroanalytical Chemistry, etc. He was also selected as researcher at Advanced Batteries Laboratories under the SIPIS 2014 program, National University of Singapore. He is a life member at the Indian Carbon Society and an associate life member in the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. I now take the privilege of inviting our honorable guest, Dr. Sampath Kumar, to take over. Please, sir.
Sorry, okay, it's in mute. Fine, fine. So thank you for introducing Lolita. Uh, is my screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And thanks for inviting to this conference, international conference on advancing modern science and technology for John Technology College. Like uh, my topic is on advanced materials and technology for supercapacitors. As we see, the supercapacitors, is energy storage device, okay, with a physical media, okay, that stores some form of energy and will convert, will generate some form of energy and will use it for applications, right? Electrical applications. So if you see renewable energy sources, as renewable energy sources like solar energy or wind energy, which are the intermittent energies. We don't get continuous energy, right, from these renewable energy sources. As fossil fuels are, or yes, as fossil fuels are, kind of distinguishing. So what we are doing is we try to use renewable sources, intermittent sources to store some energy in form of batteries, supercapacitors, and use it for different applications. So if you see, mostly we are going towards lithium batteries, where it can store good form of energy storage, like it has good energy storage, and but has less power density. That means it can store energy, more form of energy, but in terms of delivering, it is having less power density. So it begins, we can charge it for 1 hour and it may be discharged for maybe around 12 hours, right? But if in case of supercapacitors, where we see we can quickly charge and quickly discharge, but in practically, if you cannot use it as a batteries, but researchers are developing advanced materials such that we can use, like in par with batteries, it can store more energy, and also it, like we can charge it quickly, as well as store more energy and deliver it fastly. So that's how the importance of supercapacitors. So we see some advanced materials and technologies for supercapacitors in this talk. So if you can see here, as we are moving towards lithium, as is the lithium reserves in the world, if you can see that in different countries like Chile, Australia, other some Argentina, China, United States, Canada, Zimbabwe, Brazil. So now even in India, you can see we see some reserves in Jammu and Kashmir. But these reserves, will not be like kind of fossil reserves, right? It can be used for some time. Later on, it may diminish, right? So, but like if we go for supercapacitors, we use such a material such that abundant material we can use. What are abundant materials in our country? We can use, and I'll just show you the Reagan plot so that you understand what is the importance of supercapacitor first. You can see the right side is the graph between power density versus energy density, which defines the what type of device lies in between these areas, power density. If you can see the fuel cells, the energy density between 500 to 5,000, and lithium battery it is in between 10 to 100 watt per kg energy density. In terms of power density, you see 10 to 10 power 4. So that is like energy density is like now how much energy can be stored, okay, per kg. That is energy density. Power density means how much it can deliver in a per time. Okay, that is power density. So if you can see that graph, if you see the capacitor, it has less energy density. That means less energy stored per kg. But in terms of power density, okay, it has high power density, it's 10 power 5 to 10 power 7. But unlike if you see fuel cells, it has high storage, but it has less power density. But in terms of batteries, you can see lithium-ion battery, it has energy density in the range of 10 to 500 and power density 10 to power 4, the medium range. And if you see supercapacitor, the energy range is 0.1 to 10 watt per kg, and power density it is from 10 power 3 to 10 power 6. So if you see that, and also if you see the cycle life, like batteries, it can be gone for 6 months or 1 year, right? It's a cycle life, right? But unlike batteries, if you see supercapacitors, cycle life is like 1 lakh cycles. Maybe it go for years together. You can use supercapacitors years together. So, but what researchers are doing is that we try to improve the materials for supercapacitors such that it can be used as such energy density as batteries. So that's how we are seeing different materials which can act as battery type, like more energy storage, as well as which can get out more power density. That's what research is going on. And if you see advantage of supercapacitors, so we have unlimited cycle life and can be cycled millions of times. It has high specific power, low resistance enables high load currents, charge in seconds, okay, and no end of charge termination required. That means high cycle life, and simple charging draws only what it needs, not subject to overcharge. Safe, okay, forgiving. Obviously, if you see lithium batteries, you can see in many incidents, vehicles, getting what fired, right, due to overheating, due to temperature control, not temperature control, not because of good temperature management, okay, thermal management, they're getting fired. Mostly you see some cars, Tesla cars, you can see, right, in news, and some of the electric bikes, which is not having proper thermal management, getting fired. So that will not be there in lithium supercapacitors. So, and also it can also use in low temperature charge and discharge performance. It has, okay. So its limitation is the low specific energy that we have to improve by modifying various materials, okay, according to getting more energy storage. Yes, okay. And having linear discharge voltage will show you some graphs, okay, prevents using the full energy spectrum, and it has high self discharge, higher than most of the batteries, low cell voltage, requires series connection. So mostly what happens limitation is it has a low cell voltage. That means voltage range, okay. That is very important to have a more energy storage, okay, because what are the material used which can be operated in less voltage, okay. So that we should improve it. by playing with various electrode materials and making good new technologies where you can make a supercapacitor such a way that it can give more voltage range. And so whatever having in the currently having the market is having low cell voltage, which requires series connections to have good storage. Okay, instead of one supercapacitor, we'll try to arrange series of supercapacitors to get more energy storage and to develop our requirement. And whatever cost, it is high, okay, compared to the lithium. If you make it this series of connections and make it bulk, the cost per watt will be high. Those are the limitations. If you can see the global supermarket analysis, okay, from last 8 years, you can see from 2014, it is 0.46 US billion. Now, if you can see present, it is 6.41 US billion. Okay, there is a huge market for these devices. And if you see the where you use this supercapacitor, as we say, we can use storing intermittent energy like renewable energy sources, okay, and also like grid stabilization, where we can see in grid stabilization also where if some intermittent where from like similar kind of ways we can use as microgrids where we control electrical distribution, right? So it can from whatever renewable energy we're getting it, we'll try to store in batteries or supercapacitors. And automobile industries, like mostly we use like regenerative brake systems, where when you brake, what happens? There's some kind of heat energy is released, right? Some energy is released. So where we try to convert it into the electric energy and store in devices. Like such kind of places we can use supercapacitors. And also consumer electronic device, mostly in like mobiles, iPads, watches, etc. We can use this type of devices. So you can see mostly as there is a shortage of energy storage, like there is having less energy storage, energy density, we mostly use for electronic devices, small electronic devices. If you're able to get it high energy storage, we can go for a higher kind of more like I said, grid stabilization, other cases. This is like if you want to use more, as I said, like we should have a series of capacitors we can use applications. So what are top manufacturers of supercapacitor? You can see Topkin Corporation, Skeleton Technologies, Maxwell Technologies, which is captured by Tesla, and Nippon Chemicon Corporation, Panasonic Corporation, Eaton, Capex, Lux, LS Metron, NAV Technologies. So these are various manufacturers which even some in India also they are tried even from IIT Madras. They also manufacture products based on biomass derived supercapacitors, which comparatively may not be getting good energy density, but so like right now commercially, like there are graphene supercapacitors, research is going on. Some really say that they got the capacitance in par with the batteries. So if such case is there, we can replace the batteries with supercapacitors. And if you can see the basic supercapacitor principles, it works in the middle of the basic principle is like formation of electrical chemical double layer capacitor, or it can be slow capacitance. There are two principles based on which supercapacitor works. One is electric double layer capacitor, other is slow capacitance. So the electrical double layer capacitor type, the charge storage mechanism is due to the formation of Helmholtz layer. And this we'll see, and the material which used for electric double layer capacitor is this the carbon-based materials. That is activated carbon, graphene, carbon nanotubes, carbon aerogel. If you can see, in general, supercapacitor consists of current collectors, which is like mostly the copper or aluminum, on which electrode is coated. So, like in terms of EDLC, you can see that we coat carbon-based materials, and it is like you can see that in the left side down there is a dark one, there is an electrode, that carbon materials is coated on the current collector. Okay, you can say aluminum, let us say, and you can see a separator in between. Okay, So mostly it is a porous separator membrane. Okay, it can be a cellulose membrane. It should be porous. And electrolyte. Okay, electrolyte which use contact, right, of flow of electrons. So what happens in electric double capacitor is when a voltage is applied across this electrodes, an electrical double layer is formed between electrode and electrolyte interface. So here what happens is there is no kind of transport of ions occurs between electrode and electrolyte interface. There is only electrostatic attraction, okay, of charge occur between electrode and electrolyte interface. As there is no chemical reaction occurs because the carbon is stable, right? There is no only the electron transport, okay, electron charge generation between electrode. That the charge generated between this interface, that is due to electrode and electrolyte interface, that is called as Helmholtz layer. Because of this charge storage, okay, we are able to store energy. Unlike pseudocapacitance, where we use like conducting polymers, transition metal oxide, noble metals as electrode materials, wherein there is transport of ions. When voltage is applied, there is a transport of ions taking place from electrode to electrolyte to the other, like anode to cathode. There is a transport of ions takes place. Because of this, a pseudocapacitance is generated. That is like Faraday. It's called as Faraday capacitance. So wherein there is charge transport occurs. Unlike in electric double capacitor, there is no charge transport occurs. It's only the electrostatic charge storage. So, and if you see here, as we see electric double capacitor, we have less energy storage compared to pseudocapacitance. Pseudocapacitance can store more energy compared to the EDLC type. So it's just like pseudocapacitance is just like kind of chemical reaction happens in the case of batteries. So here we see more energy storage, but in EDLC type we see less energy storage. But if you want to have a more energy storage, more power density, we try to make hybrid capacitors. So how does hybrid capacitor is? We'll try to make a composite out of both EDLC and pseudocapacitors as electrode material. We'll try to mix activated carbon with carbon connecting polymer and transition metal oxide and make electrode. So that is like kind of hybrid. So that if you can use both, we can get both type of mechanism like EDLC type and pseudocapacitance, so that we can have a synergistic effect of both Faraday as well as EDLC, which can increase the energy storage as well as power density. And one more type is like either it is battery type hybrid. So one is like kind of thing like where one like anode can be battery material like lithium, cathode can be like connecting polymer or carbon or something like that, wherein the energy transport, energy like whatever mechanism will be like one is lithium insertion, right? Other is through EDLC or Faraday. So this is also like kind of it's called as asymmetric capacitor or hybrid capacitor. One side will be battery type, other side will be supercapacitor type. So because of this, there is also seen that some energy storage, but there is a problem with kind of mechanism where it cannot be stabilized. So these are like hybrid capacitors we developed so that we can have a good kind of synergistic effect of both battery and kind of EDLC or pseudocapacitor behaviors. You can see here like type of supercapacitor and the various electromaterials used, mechanism, pros and cons. Again, supercapacitor you can see either electric double capacitor or pseudocapacitor. In hybrid capacitor, we can see asymmetric hybrid. That means one side it will be pseudocapacitor be here, other side will be EDLC type, or battery like hybrid. Like one side will be lithium insertion method, other side will be carbon. Okay, or symmetric composite hybrid, where we'll try to use like both EDLC and pseudocapacitor be electrode material on both sides. So if you can see the mechanisms here, so electrical double layer capacitors, there will be non-fatic process, and this charge storage due to static. And if you see pseudo capacitor, the charge storage mechanism due to fatic process. This ion transport. So asymmetric hybrid, where you can see redox reaction, that is due to pseudo capacitance of electrode, and other is electrical double layer capacitor. And if it's symmetric composite hybrid, if you see both, which consists of both redox reaction and ELC. And battery like hybrid, if you see anode side, there will be across lithium and dilithium occurs. And cathode, we can see if you use carbon material, you can see electric double layer capacitor. If you use metal oxide or kind of polymer, it shows pseudo capacitive behavior. And if you see the pros and cons, if you see battery like hybrid, it shows high energy density, okay, but it requires high cost and requires electromaterial capacity match, such a way that it should match with lithium and the cathode material. Okay, that is very important. Symmetric composite hybrid, we can get high energy density, moderate cost, and moderate power density, and also have moderate stability. What is stability? Stability is nothing but which has high rate capability. Then we can stand for more days. Okay, and this asymmetric chemistry, we can see it has high energy density and high power density and good cycle stability. But still, in par with batteries, it has currently less, specific high energy density. So based on this, based on this mechanism and pros and cons, we'll try to develop different types of hybrid capacitors. We play with different materials, different metal oxides and different polymers, connecting polymers, and like kind of hybrid kind of thing, like using lithium insertion one side and EDLC and material one side, or pseudo capacitor one side, or combination of these. Researches are done. Many researches are done for replacing different nanomaterials. So as important thing is like playing with electrode materials to get high energy storage. That is very important. What is the really, what are the properties required for to have a supercapacitor? If you know that, based on that, we'll try to get new materials, nanomaterials, and use for getting high energy storage and high power density. So we see that electromaterial plays an important role, in having a good energy storage, energy density and power density. So in general, if you have a good supercapacitor electromaterial, it requires high specific surface area. That means the material which you are taking as anode or cathode material, you should have high specific surface. If you have more surface area, there is more chance of interaction of electrode and electrolyte, and there will be more good interface. Because of that, there will be high charge transport, and we'll have good, energy storage and control porosity, like interrelated porosity and surface area. Okay? So if you have more good porous, porosity, there will be more interaction. And conductivity also. Conductivity also plays a major role to have a good conducting, right? Electrical transport. And also shows good cycle stability. If you see the carbon material, it is highly stable. Okay, as we see, there is no ion transport occurs. Only the storage mechanism is due to EDLC, electric double layer capacitors. So because whatever is metal oxides or polymers which are less stable, because of its volume expansion, it is less stable. Because of that, it has poor cyclic stability. And we need one more is we need fast charge discharge. These for supercapacitor, which generally we should make quickly charge and quickly discharge, but we try to devise try to make it new material such way that it can be fast discharge and slowly discharge, so that we can get it charged fastly and it can discharge for more time. That's what research is going on. And corrosion resistance, it should be corrosion resistance to some materials. The electrode materials which is attached to copper or aluminum foil, if it is it should be less corrosive, then it will be more stable, right? So these are the based on these properties we try to. So if it is mostly like if it's high specific surface area, we see this in nanomaterials, right? And porosity, connectivity also, right? So because of this reason, we'll play with various nanomaterials, okay, and make it high surface area, okay, porous high surface area to have more storage, and also we'll try to have a good stability so that we'll play with different pseudo capacitor, EDS, behavior combination, and symmetric asymmetric capacitors to generate high energy density, power density, as well as good cycle stability. That's what research is going on to that. So I'll talk about some of the electrode materials, okay, where my students work on, my MTech and PhD students work, and also they also keep in mind sustainability. They work on this electrode materials, and one material is porous carbon, okay, which acts as EDLC type. So it can be like this is what carbon material is derived from biomass. Okay, what he did is you take an eucalyptus leaf, where try to extract oil. Okay, this might be used like eucalyptus oil can be used for various medicinal application, and whatever leftover biomass it is try to using some chemical activation, pre-carbonation chemical activation, and use with different temperatures and get activated carbon at different temperatures. So based on the temperatures from 400 to 800 degrees centigrade is studied. Where we see up to 700 degrees centigrade, there is there is increase in surface area. Wherein at 700 degrees centigrade you got good capacitance. Okay, that is around 270 farad per gram. So which is which is very good capacitance. So that in general, if you see about materials, first is synthesis of materials. Therefore, just want to tell you for students, what actually they do is once you synthesize material, then we test for its conformation. Like it's meant for structural, morphological, structural, as well as composition analysis, and then we'll go for surface area analysis. Then we go for testing. So we see that some material is prepared, okay. Then we have to confirm the material, which is it's the material is formed or not. For that, we'll try to see some kind of imaging, like morphological imaging, like by using field emission scanning electron microscope, where you can see a material in nanoscale. Okay, so these are like A, B, C, D, E, F, G images. These are all like at different temperatures is taken. Okay, a different calcination it did, where you can see the porous structures, right? Porous carbon you can see. Okay, I cannot tell if it is carbon or not from the this image, but just telling you based on the other characterizations. This is like carbon, and you can see the the porous nature with respect to this is 400 to like say 400, 500, A, B, C, D. Okay. So based on this, you can see the porous nature. It's increased during temperature. Okay. And this is XRD to the structure. What type of structure it is? In general, activated carbon is porous carbon, which is obtained from this biomass derived activation, where you can see the peak at 20 to 30 degrees, 20 to 30 degrees and 42 degrees, 002 peak and 100, which represents the carbon nature, okay, graphitic nature, and the lump, which is kind of you can see right, there is a like amorphous structure. We can see the whatever you see the XRD peak at 0 to 100, it is not a sharp peak. Okay, sharp peak represents the crystallinity. Okay, this long range peak represents the amorphous nature. So based on XRD, we can able to tell any the structure. So based on that, whatever Bragg's law principle, we can able to tell that what type of structure it is. Okay, that is for XRD. Then come to Raman spectrum, especially for carbon materials, where we should where we see the graphitic and disorder band, that is D band and G band. That is the graph between Raman shift and intensity, where we try to see the peaks at in 1350 and 1569, which represents disorder peak and graphitic peak. If you know the intensities of these graphitic and disorder peaks, if you can calculate the intensity of disorder and graphitic peak, we can able to find the number of layers of the carbon. Okay, that shows, like especially we use for carbon materials. So if it is kind of range, the higher the value of intensity of this, indicates a higher electrical conductivity, as well as have a kind of we can able to tell the number of layers that we can see in other. Okay, but here we can see only disorder intensity for activated carbon. So one more thing is we can also tell the number of layers based on ID by Ag ratio. Okay, and once the material is confirmed and you want to test, okay, you want to test for your battery application or supercapacitor application, we need to prepare electrode. So in general, we'll try to make electrode by using 88% active material, that is your electrode material, what you synthesize. Then we add some conducting graphite to have a conducting, and as a binder, PVDF binder we can use, and solvent like N-methyl 2-iodine, okay, to disperse it. So this is a composition to make electrode, and we make by mix it and we make a slurry, and once the slurry make, we try to coat it on nickel foam, the reference one, nickel foam. That's what you can see the right side for you. There's the electrode coated on nickel foam. So this can be used. This can be used for testing, okay, for a battery application or supercapacitor application. You can see here, this is 3 electrode system here. Right side, you can see the the testing instrument, that is CH instrument, electrochemical analyzer, where we can see there is a 3 electrode system. Okay, one is like active material is working electrode, another is platinum as counter electrode, and other is AgCl as a reference electrode. So based on this, okay, so when you based on these electrodes, where you can able to find cyclic voltammetry and galvanostatic surface. Cyclic voltammetry, we can see that the capacitance storage, how much is the capacity storage, based on the area of the curve, we can able to tell how much it is, and galvanostatic charge discharge, we can able to tell how quickly charge discharge time. That you can see here. For whatever since this material, the left side is cyclic voltammetric curve, which is in the potential range of minus 1.0 to 0.1, and if the current, it is a range of 0.02 amperes to 0.015. So in this current range, this potential, okay, and whatever we see is charge and discharge curve, okay, initially oxidation, we can see that the curve which is generated, the area under the curve gives the energy storage. So if you can see the specific capacitance values of various at various temperatures which we seen, it's seen that at 700 degrees centigrade, from 400 to 700 degrees centigrade, the temperature, the specific capacitance increased to 246 farad per gram, okay, which is a good number. If we further increase in temperature, the capacitance is decreased. So we optimize the temperature to 700 degrees centigrade, where we got good capacitance. And so as we seen in the even semi majors, that where in increasing temperature there is a more porous is seen. In general, we use calculate the surface area, porous volume, and based on BT surface area. Okay, and and other material is graphene. Okay, in general, if you see graphene material, it is if you want to make a single layer graphene, okay, which is having good theoretical energy storage capacitance, as well as good conductivity and good mechanical properties, whatnot. Graphene has shown good properties. But if you want to make graphene, a single layer graphene, you need a sophisticated instrument like nuclear deposition, or make it chemical vapor deposition. Techniques are required to make a single layer graphene. But if you want to make a bulk thing, bulk layer, we try to synthesize by using chemical methods. okay, or some laser treatment methods where we want to make it a bulk scale. So I just choose a chemical method to make by using these methods we cannot get a single layer graphene. We can get a few layer graphene with few functional groups. That's what so that's what many work on this reduced graphene oxide instead of graphene, which is the highly costly as well as for deposit we cannot make it bulk scale. Okay, that is the reason many works for chemical synthesis. So general mostly 99% mostly use Ammer's method, whereas chemical method we can prepare graphene oxide. From the graphene oxide we can use different treatments, okay, to reduce it, to reduce graphene oxide. That is in solar method. Whatever you can say right side, you can see that what we do is by whatever GO graphene oxide we are getting from chemical synthesis method, we reduce by using solar radiation. Okay, by using solar radiation, we try to by using confocal lens, we'll try to whatever sunlight coming out from sun, okay, we try to focus on the graphene oxide, and where it is locally heated, local heating and reduced from graphene oxide to graphene, where you can see the two images right side, right. First one you can see the GO, and later on after exfoliation by using sunlight you can see that the dispersion of material due to the local heating. So because of this reduction from graphene oxide to reduce graphene oxide, we'll try to decrease the number of layers, and also reduce the functional groups, which increase the properties of the graphene oxide. Okay, in terms of connectivity or in terms of mechanical stability. Okay, in terms of energy storage. Okay, etc. And then we also want, as I discussed, we also want to make a hybrid capacitors by using carbon materials and a polymer composites. Such composite is by using that is what solar reduced graphene and polyaniline, which is conducting polymer. This SRG solar reduced graphene is like makes EDLC behavior, and polymer which shows pseudo capacitive behavior. We try to make a composite by using in situ rapid mixing polymerization technique. Okay, where we use like here where we use APS as oxidizing agent for aniline, right? And we'll try to mix it up at temperature of 4 degrees centigrade at frost heating in presence of HCl. I'm not going to deep into synthesis, but just telling you overview. Okay, during this industrial synthesis, we can also coat different films or different paper, or make make a coating, in situ coating also. That's what you can see in right side. We'll try to coat on a collector, current collector. Okay, down you can see a small point out right there. I put a glass slide, small glass slide. Doing this in situ polymerization along with solution. That solution is also coated on the glass surface, which we can use for real-time applications. So this is the image for composite and graphene. If you see the A1, this is a transparent graphene sheet. Okay, the transparent graphene sheet is A1. If you go as FSM image, okay, field emissions of image, where you can image graphene. What is graphene? Generates combination of graphene layers. Okay, so we'll try to, what we do is we take graphite and we'll try to use some chemical synthesis method, and we'll try to exploit graphene sheet from graphite. Okay, that's what we try to intercalate some intercalates into graphite sheet and develop to get a single layer or multi-layer graphite. You can see that B1, you can see there is some kind of dark images in between. We can able to tell the number of layers. If we can really drag that, we can see the number of layers. If you can see that down A image, there is polyaniline nanofiber coated reduced graphene, solar reduced graphene oxide. Okay, So you can see the fibers which are nicely coated on graphene oxide. So these are the images, and you can see capacitance we are able to get it. As we said, the carbon materials are electrical doubler capacitor. If you see the left side A1, it is GO, and B SRGO. If you can see, compared to GO and SRGO, the current generated from for GO is minus 4020, whereas you can see the current is minus 200, and the potential window is same. So as the current is increasing, we can see more current, and you can see the graph curve will be more. Okay, you can see more area, right? So because of this, from compared to GO, SRGO, we can have a more energy, more storage of energy. Okay, more energy density. If you see the composite, unlike RGO, we can see like a rectangular curve. Okay, that is called as EDLC type, where there you cannot see any oxidation reduction peaks during this. When you potential is applied, we don't see any peaks, oxidation reduction peaks. Unlike if we see, because of this surface charge storage. But if you see the composite consists of both pseudocapacitor behavior as well as EDLC type. If you can see that C1, you can see there is a peaks. C1, C2, A1, A2. This is due to transport of ions, oxidation reduction of polyaniline. Okay, this is transport of ion charge. There will be oxidation reaction occurs during charging and discharging. Okay, because of this, you can see that peaks, oxidation reaction peaks across different voltage ranges. So because of this, there is increase in energy density compared to GO or GO. So if you can see the scan rate versus specific capacitance, if you can see compared to GO, we can see around 850 farad per gram. Around, if you can see SRGO, we get around 105 farad per gram. And if you get the composite of both SRGO and polyfiber, you can see there is enormous increase in the capacitance, that is 600 farad per gram. So due to a synergy effect of EDLC type SRGO and pseudocapacitor polyaniline, there is huge increase in the capacitance. So if you can play with electrodes, right, different, you can see the increase in energy storage, that is huge. And right side shows charge discharge curve. Okay, and so this is what same, right? And other material we use is nickel oxide, manganese oxide, RGO. As we see, metal oxide, this shows good pseudo-capacitance behavior. And as you see, like nickel oxide, manganese oxide, which is abundantly available, and we have nickel oxide manganese shows good critical capacitance. So that's why we try to optimize capacitance between nickel oxide, manganese, and RGO. Like we use some kind of molecular mixing. Okay, by using RGO and nickel chloride, manganese chloride, and by adding some reducing agent NaOH, we try to mix it up and then calcine things, and we're able to get a composite, that is nickel oxide, manganese oxide coated on RGO. Okay, so this material you can see this RGO, you can see the graphene sheets, extra graphene sheets, and this second one is nickel oxide manganese, like maybe nickel oxide rods and manganese oxide tubes. Okay, and the composite, this nickel oxide manganese coated on the graphene sheet. Okay, it is composite. This is C1. Next is like highly magnified image of that. And if you see, this is a cyclic voltammetric curve of nickel manganese and RGO composite. So RGO, you can see that up where it is, shows EDLC behavior. The combination of nickel oxide, manganese oxide, we can see some oxidation reduction peaks. Where if you see that increase in the capacitance, okay, this RGO which shows 109 farad per gram, and nickel oxide manganese which given 140 capacitance, by combination of these two, we get 417 farad per gram. Okay, so which is what there is a good enormous increase in capacitance compared to individual capacitance. It is synergistic effect of both. So that's how many play with this electrode materials. This is charge discharge curves. Okay, and other is some like tin oxide, RGO, and PANI. So similar tin oxide also which shows good critical capacitance but less conducting. So and less cyclic stability. We try to add RGO to that. and to increase more pseudo capacitor behavior and have a good energy storage, we also try to add polyaniline. Okay, this is also kind of in situ synthesis method, where we try to initially prepare some tin oxide material. Okay, then we try to add it. Okay, RG1 tin oxide into the polyaniline, which we see like in situ method, where we try to make this tin oxide RGO polyaniline composite. So this is what polyaniline coated on tin oxide RGO composite, and we see that this is a cyclic order curve which was seen. So we see that the synergetic vector of this RGO we see like 100, right, and polyaniline fiber around 180. Okay, so because of this composite of tin oxide RGO polyaniline, the capacitance we seen is around 320 farad per gram. Okay, of course, if it is at higher scan rate, it is 366 farad per gram. So this is like we are playing with different metal oxide. One more is like magnesium oxide, reduced graphene oxide, polyaniline composite. As magnesium oxide, reduced graphene oxide, it shows good electrochemical characteristics. Because of that, we chosen that, and we try to add with polyaniline composite. Polyaniline to make a ternary composite of magnesium oxide is polyaniline, where you can see the images first A, B. Okay, that is like fibers coated on this magnesium oxide, graphene oxide composite. So that if you can see down the transmission electron microscope image, the tubes type, dot type image is magnesium oxide. Okay, it's coated on a carbon sheet, and on that you can see the fiber, like around surrounding you can see some fibers kind of thing. Okay, that is which shows the formation of this composite. And we see the XRD is a confirmation of structural and Raman spectroscopy. We can get D band, G band intensities where you can find the defectiveness of the composite material. If you can see this specific cyclic voltammeter, we can see both EDLC type and oxidation reduction piece, that slow capacitant type behavior in the cyclic voltammetry. And we can see that charge discharge curves here. It shows high internal resistance compared to others. That we can see that we cannot see sudden discharge. We have some resistance during discharge. That is called internal resistance due to electrode interface. So that we seen here. So you can see that it's slowly charging, like charging for around 250 or 300 seconds and discharging for 900 seconds. That means it's kind of double the discharge, double the charge. Time is taken for discharge. And if we see the specific capacitance, like whatever we see in the plot, whatever electrochemical setup I shown you, it is 3 electrode system. If you want to make 2 electrode system, like which we seen, like both sides, like we'll try to make a like off cell. Okay, where we make 2 electrodes, anode and cathode, as your electrode material, and a separator and electrode which use. Based on that, if you test it, it's showing around 350 farad per gram and it's good cyclic stability. So which can be used practically, applications. This is like a device. Whatever materials we try to get it, we try to coat on a graphite sheet. Okay, as a reference. And we use kind of, you can see that steps for making a device. Okay, if you can see that right side A. Okay, we'll try to coat this material on a graphite sheet, like both anode and cathode are same, like symmetric type of capacitor, and we'll try to put a porous fiber paper. Okay, porous paper, and we use some kind of polyvinyl alcohol. Okay, electrolyte dispersed in water. Okay, that that we use as electrolyte, and we'll try to make kind of arrangement. Okay, first you put an electrode, then you put some electrolyte, then separated, again put some paste electrolyte, and put an electrode, making kind of a device. Okay, where we try to charge the supercapacitor by using batteries. Okay, when you charge this supercapacitor with for 20 seconds, okay, and it's discharged for 4.5 minutes, okay. So this shows that for charging for 20 seconds, discharging for 4.5 minutes, that motor we can able to run, okay, which shows that good supercapacitor behavior of this electromaterial. Like that, there are many, like playing with different nanomaterials and coming with different capacitance, okay. But the the stability, cyclic stability, okay, cyclic stability, and kind of like power density, maybe if you are making with this type of pseudo capacitor and uh, ADLC type, and bad this device, maybe getting energy density more, but sometimes we are getting power density less for actual power density of supercapacitors. Like that, we are optimizing such a way that we are trying to get more energy density and more power density. That research is going on that, making like hybrid capacitors, like symmetric asymmetric capacitors, okay. So like research is going on, and different materials and different technologies. So what I want to conclude is we can play with nanomaterials, okay, different materials, and increase surface area, and make a composite, and we can play with this, okay, to get it to a good capacitance value. And still, like novel materials like MZ, two-dimensional materials are coming up. Already the research is going on that. Like there are novel materials coming up, nanometers coming up, and they're trying research going on and developing new materials. Right now, what's commercially seen is graphene, which supercapacitor, which is developed, which is market, I guess, which is showing good energy density and power density, which shows like a battery, it works out, okay, as energy density and power density as a supercapacitor. So like this is what if you have any doubts, let me know, okay. Yes, are you there? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Let me know if you have any doubts, any kind of
Audience, you can ask any doubts now. Sir is ready to answering. Okay, sir, no doubt, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation, sir. Thank you for your valuable and innovative ideas, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
thank you, John, thank you.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us, sir. And I thank all the audience for your attention. I request you to join your respective tracks. Thank you. Have a great day ahead.
Good morning, Shiny ma'am, Sonia ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Shall we
Yes,
start?
yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We'll start, ma'am. Uh, we'll go with track 4. We'll call the first participant paper ID ICAMSnT 01041138. Bio-inspired optimization technique for optimal beam angle selection in radiotherapy by Keshav Kumar K. Are you available, Mr. Keshav Kumar?
Yes, is there.
Okay.
Keshav sir, please enable your audio.
So start your presentation, share your PPT and start.
Before that, I'll introduce the our session chair, Dr. T.S. Shiny Angel. She is Associate Professor, Department of Computational Intelligence, SRM University, Chennai. And we have two session in charges. One is Dr. E. Prainlin, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science Engineering, T. John Institute of Technology, Bangalore. And Ms. Sonia Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science of Engineering, T. John Institute of Technology. So before proceeding, I'll give the uh, how to present the paper. I'll give the details. Or Sonia ma'am, can you share, read the terms of this session?
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Participant, you should complete your task within a given period of time, and each presentation you have to give in 10 minutes, and we should give the importance more on the proposed system, and the last 2 minutes will be the answering session. So if the participant is failing to attend the call, we will call the next participant. So any doubts? I think the rules are clear.
And depending upon your presentation, marks will be awarded, and at the end of the presentation, one best paper will be selected for a session. Any doubt students can ask, otherwise we can go with uh, Keshav Kumar can share the screen and start your presentation.
Yes. Brilliant, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. The first participant share his presentation. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Proceed.
Keshav Kumar, you can share the screen in full screen mode and you can start your presentation. Your time starts now. Keshav, your voice is not audible. Keshav, please unmute yourself.
Keshav, go to full screen mode and you start your presentation. Yes, you are not audible. Unmute and talk. Keshav sir, kindly unmute and talk.
Keshav sir, kind request. You are not audible. Keshav sir, you are not audible.
Keshav, please unmute yourself. Keshav sir, no worries. You can stop presentation. We'll give the chance later. So and you can stop sharing. So now we call upon the next participant. Paper ID ICAMSNT 010431. WRAP IT video identification by Professor Pallavi KV AMC Engineering College. Madam, please share your screen and you can start your presentation. Professor Pallavi ma'am, are you there? Next, ICAMSNT 01041126. AI-powered voice assistant radio app. Lakshman Pariharyam, Dayanand Sagar University. Are you there? You can start your presentation. Next, paper ID ICAMSNT 01041147. Analysis of Vedic Mathematics by Rohit Ranjan Lal. Is there? Next, fifth batch ICAMSNT 01041115. Online voting system using blockchain technology. Sandeep Kumar Chauhan.
Yes, sir, we are present, sir.
Yeah, you start your presentation.
Sandeep sir, share your presentation and start.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am.
Mr. Sandeep, unmute and talk, please.
Good morning. Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Shantanu Jha, and on behalf of my team, I'm going to present my topic here, that is online voting system using blockchain technology. Can I go for the next slide, please? Sandeep. Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
audible.
you are.
You can proceed.
Continue.
Yeah. Okay. So our topic is online voting system using blockchain technology. We are well aware that India is the biggest democracy in the world. To run a democracy, the most important thing is our like backbone of the system is voting. We need to have a system. We need to have a voting system in which we can trust the process and voters can like openly and freely give the vote to whomever and whatever they want to, what they feel like. The existing system has many problems. To overcome with that, we have come up with this online voting system using blockchain technology. Next slide, Sandeep, please. We have done so many surveys regarding this project, and we have taken previous papers uh, through which we got to know that uh, blockchain is very secure. Blockchain was mainly introduced in 1990s, but it came into the real world picture when Nakashi Ikamoto or something, sorry, I forgot the name, he used that in his project called as Bitcoin, which we are well aware now. Bit, Bitcoin was nothing but a basic blockchain technology, which blockchain technology was used to make a secure cryptocurrency. The basics of blockchain is made up of the number of small blocks in which we can store data, write data, and which are all connected together. The first block of the blockchain is called as Genesis. Since blockchain is a decentralized system, it is a centralized decentralized system, which is very interesting because the data on which like everyone gets to know what your data is there, but no one has access to it. It will be safe on your block. Next slide, Sandeep, please. So let me talk about the existing system now. So we all know that existing system is, we have two types of system. One is like electronic e-voting system, or whatever we call that, like in which we have to press a button and our votes get registered, and the paper ballot system, which is very old and not trustable in nowadays, because we have seen so many news in which parties are allegedly putting false accusations on each other in terms of voting. So this is becoming a very big problem if we consider the fact that India is the biggest democracy. So we have to overcome that, and for that we have to make innovations, and we have come up with this online voting system using blockchain technology, which is going to be far more secure than the existing system. Next slide, Sandeep. Our proposed system is very simple. It just uses a basic blockchain technology in which we are integrating a UI, so that users will be able to cast their vote online, sitting at their home, or using this technology. For in our proposed system, we are going to give users a basic interface through which they can cast their vote, and it will get registered on their particular blocks. Before that, they have to authenticate. A normal authentication process will be there, through through which we'll get to know the authentication of voter, and we can identify that voter is genuine. Next slide, Sandeep, please. Problem with the existing system, I have already mentioned that there are so many problems. Few of them you can see that on my screen: false voting, errors, manipulation in counting, vote rejection, booth capturing, blocking of voters from reaching booth. We can overcome all these problems using using this proposed technology. Next slide, please. Voting is not, we can't make the voting process completely different. So we are just making it online and more secure. For that, you can see these diagrams. I would like you to concentrate on the admin diagram. This is basic. Like when we are setting up a blockchain technology online, we'll need an admin to monitor it, and admin will create the all the required things at the time of elections, and candidates have to register on that, and voters also have to register on that. That will be taken care by the admin. And on the left side, you can see the user diagram, on which it's showing that how user is going to register and vote. For there is a simple registration. First of all, before logging in, you have to register. Then you can log into that portal, and then you can cast your votes and see the results online. It's completely going to be online. Next slide, Sandeep, please. This is the architectural diagram of our topic. So, I'd like to explain this through a very easy example. Admin is controlling all the things. User is just doing the authentication process. we are using a server. In our case, we are using a Ganesh server, and the authentication what we have used is Aadhaar card or voter card, any of the document issued by the in the government of India, we can use, and through a simple OTP verification process, a user can register online on that portal to vote. Next slide, please. Yes. So as I've mentioned, the process of voting can't be changed. It, we are going to keep the process of voting same, but we are just doing it online and more secure. How I'm saying that, like admin is going to take care of all the components. Admin is going to create the dashboard on which all the information will be displayed, adding candidates and candidates. Sorry, adding candidates, and the users will be the admin's duty. And all after all that, admin is going to create an election at the time of election, and that time the portal will be available to all the voters so that they can vote to whomsoever they want to vote, participating in the election in their constituency or their area. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. Sandeep, can I get the next slide? Yeah. This is the UI part of our design. It's going to be a simple app-based or an online app-based application through which we are going to register, and this is the interface which we are going to use. Next slide, please. So this is the login page of our portal. Once the user has been registered, they can easily log in through this. Next slide, please. And this is the inside of after what you will get to see when you are logged into the portal. So you can see there is dashboard, create election details, candidate details, add candidates. So all this information is for admin. This is not for the user. Admin has to manage this. So this is the output design from the admin side. Next slide, please. And this is how candidates are going to get added. A simple admin will have the power to add the candidates, and after the candidates has been added, it's going to be a very simple voting process. Next slide, please. Next slide. Further developments. In candidate details, all the candidates added by admin will be displayed. As for admin will also have all the authority to update the candidate details as if required. If not, it's not necessary. But yeah, candidate will have the authority to update the candidate details. Next slide. In conclusion, I would like to say existing system on which the voting has been happening is very old now, and we have to come up with something new on which people can trust, so that the biggest democracy in this world can run smoothly, and the voting, which is the backbone of the democracy, we can trust the process and we can choose the government which we want and how we want. Thank you very much.
Sandanu,
Yes, sir.
Sandanu and Chauhan Sandeep, in which environment do you implement this? You try to implement some codes or something like that? You
Sir,
started implement.
yes, sir. We are making our blockchain using Java language, and
Hmm.
we are going to use Ethereum blockchain,
Hmm.
E20, and for that, for server, we are using a Ganesh server.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
yeah.
So how can you tell your method is hacker proof? If someone hack means your data,
It's
how we are going to overcome the problem?
okay. Okay, so I didn't say it's hacker proofed. Every I don't feel like it's hacker proof. Yeah, but as far of now, blockchain is a very secure technology. From what we are getting to know, like it can be used in so many things because blockchain has something called a hash number, the in which like all the blocks are connected to each other, as I said, and the first block is Genesis block, but all the other blocks which are connected behind those blocks will share each other's hash number. So if you want to hack one block, you have to know the hash number of their previous and the blocks which is after that. So it's become impossible to know that, and it takes a really long time to get the hash numbers. Like if someone wants to hack it, it's completely possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. It is possible, but you have to spend a lot of time. And if a blockchain is very long, as the like bigger the blockchain is, it will get tougher to crack it, sir. So as of compared to now, the technologies available, yeah, blockchain is definitely secure than what we are using for voting system and nowadays.
Over to you, Shiny ma'am. Shiny ma'am, you can ask some questions. Okay. Sonia ma'am, you want to ask some question?
Yes, I have one question. So, how we are going to tell it will be a secured and a secret that online votes comparing to an existing system?
Ma'am, uh, it's not like we can say that, but we have to innovate in our technologies. But what we are using now, it's definitely secure than that. And this is a fact. We can see that because it's online and it's using blockchain technology. We can't say that it's going to be secure forever. Sorry, ma'am. Pardon me. I didn't get you.
Shiny ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Hell, excuse me. Sonia, ma'am, should I go ahead with my answer?
Yes, yes, I got the
Sandeep,
answer. I think Shiny ma'am is going
Sandeep,
to ask the
can
question
you
for you.
hear me?
Okay, okay, thank you. Shiny, ma'am, I can hear you, but your voice is breaking in between. Ma'am, if you want to ask question, you can just put it on the in the chat box. If there's something
Okay,
wrong
no
with your
problem.
internet connection.
We can proceed with next student. We can proceed with next batch.
Now
Okay,
your voice
okay,
is audible, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Anyway, we'll go with the next candidate. Thank you.
okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank
Bye.
you for
Bye.
hearing me out today. Thank you.
Okay. So next participant, uh, ICAMSnT 010480, multimodal biometric recognition system using iris, ear, and fingerprint. Jeeva Lashmi M, Puducherry Technological University.
Very good morning, sir. Myself, Jay Lakshmi.
Yeah, good morning. Please share your screen and you
Am I
can start
audible,
your
sir?
presentation. Yeah, audible. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, is my PPT visible?
Yes, visible. Please go ahead.
Very good morning, everyone. Myself, I'm Lakshmi. I'm studying MTech in Puducherry Technological University. I'm under the guidance. I'm a student of Dr. M. Arisi. Today, my topic is a multimodal biometric recognition system using iris, ear, and fingerprint. Before going to the presentation, let us get an overview of the agenda. Initially starts with an abstract and then introduction, followed by a literature survey and the motivation from the literature survey, objective of the proposed system, and a detailed description of proposed system, and module diagram, conclusion, reference. First of all, my abstract is in the field of security system includes in biometric systems. Nowadays, most of the applications were under controlled and secured by using biometric systems. We all know in business like banks, hospitals, enterprises, school, even in education systems also biometrics also has been included. And I have get into the multimodal biometrics using fingerprint, ear, and iris. Where why I have taken is fingerprint. The ridges won't be get erased, and iris it's an unique. And moreover, ear is the best biometric nowadays because it is totally unique. And from birth to end till death, the ear modification will not happen. Like it will just grow, but the patterns and everything will be unique. Introduction. We all know biometrics. It includes physical and behavioral characteristics of an individual, and it serves an unique biometric key. But like as I said, iris, fingerprint, hand geometry, voice, DNA, etc. Even nowadays, our governments or other country governments also included our biometrics for person identification, and it is divided into two types like unimodal and multimodal biometric system. First of all, actually, unimodal system is nothing but using a single biometric module, which includes either one biometric like fingerprint, iris, etc. And multimodal is nothing but fusion of two or more biometrics to to overcome the suffer from critical limitations of unimodal systems. The literature survey, I have gone through 15 papers, but I have here given 4 papers, which conclude overall thing. And the biometric application in education is here. Nowadays, I said in education also, a biometrics application has been used. Here they have over through that comparison innovation advances that measure the physical and behavioral characteristics of people, which can be used in institutions like for attendance management, exam management, etc. And the development of the in artificial AI algorithm combined with the technology growth of internet will be widely impactable, but the biggest challenge will be like security and privacy concerns. And second paper is a biometric recognition of infant using iris fingerprint and ear. Here, this is my from this paper I have inspired like a fusion of iris, ear, and fingerprint. They have done for the infants, which in which but like how to say in fingerprint and iris will be like it will grow. So for infant it will be like little complicated. So it is not that much possible. It is also an access paper. So next paper is an efficient multi-biometric cancelable biometric scheme based on deep fusion and deep dream. In this paper, they have used a multi-biometric cancelable scheme, which proven utility of deep learning models to fuse multi-exposure fingerprint, finger vein, and iris biometric. They have used fingerprints like and veins and all. And in this integration of this version will be like it will be a big task. And in my last paper is a score level fusion in multi-biometric identification based on zones of interest. In that, the fusion method of persons using two modalities, only iris and fingerprints. In iris and fingerprint, it's like it will can change like from birth to like after 12 years the peoples will be the childrens will get changed little, so it will be like little difficult. And the limitations of the existing works. First limitation I have crossed is classifier has to be enhanced, such as neural network support vector has not been used in some papers, which will improve the existing works. And in AI recognition, most of the people have used YOLO. YOLO will increase the, which means it will decrease the time compression, which means it can decrease the time for prediction, but it will not give that much accuracy. And third way, this is a GLC algorithm by combining extracted features of iris and fingerprint, and it is not scalable for it. And the existing have used Sift and Surf have been used, which takes more time for the feature detection. Now it's have come on ORB, so make even more better. The multimodal fusion of parametric needs to create strong. These are the mostly common limitations. And the motivation I have come across from this is to increase accuracy and in performance in adverse conditions, increase security and user convenience. And objective of the proposed system, um, the system can overcome the limitations of and shortcomings of single modality. As I said, by using score level fusion combines the score produced by different biometrics recognition algorithm, and the final decision will be based on set of predefined rules or fusion algorithm. Like by setting a threshold values, and the use of multimodal will be um, reduce the risk of false acceptance and false rejections. Proposed system, I have used score level fusion in multi-biometric of iris, ear, and fingerprint, which can be performed in various algorithms. And actually, as I have given that it is an end-to-end approach for multimodal, the extracted features are then compared to the stored template for some biometric traits in the database, and then it will be compared with the inputs given, and the similarity score will be detected, and from that it will be the percentage of accuracy will be obtained. From that random for by using random forest, it can be further classified as either is a person is authenticated. And this is my architecture diagram. Here I have given three inputs like of image in fingerprint, iris, ear. From that, in an overview, these three will be undergoes feature extraction, image pre-processing, and from the classification, the matching will happen, which will be done by the database which have been created for iris, ear, and fingerprint. From that, the match score will be calculated, and by random forest, the score level will be generated, then the score and the threshold value will be uh, uh, matched, and then the decision will be, and it undergoes image acquisition. We all know that if for biometrics there will be in need of devices and cameras for getting the images, and the image devices should have a high resolution for capturing data, because in some by the good quality we can get even more accurate values. In authentication, like I have said before, I have used a database for to get the threshold value. And third is a pre-processing module. Here it consists of image processing, facial extraction, score calculation, weight calculation, etc. It's like it undergoes the it undergoes to enhance the quality of image, reduce noise and artifacts, like etc., and also improves the overall appearance of the image quality by using filters like Kappa filters or the best filter. Feature extraction. This submodel extract disinfected features, like this step extracts the biometric data from the input givens. For the iris modality, features such as iris code, texture can be like. For ear modality, the ear shape and textures can be extracted. For fingerprint modality, some other miniature or ridge based features can be extracted. Biometric matching, like it is a by the matching of the extracted features and uh, the data has been stored in the for. And here it will get into score calculation. Calculate extracted features are used to calculate scores for each modality. The scores are usually normalized to common scales such as range 0 to 1 and make comparable across modalities. And actually, for score in score level fusion, weight calculation will be the best thing. Weight are assigned to each model based on their relative performance, and the weights can be determined using various methods such as the equal weights or performance based methods, etc. And before getting into that, we can get a small idea of fingerprint recognition, iris, and ear modules. As we know that fingerprint module has several algorithms, and the best algorithm it will be is miniature based algorithm for feature extraction, and the points register for painting and verification of the fingerprint patterns will be get again. And this is fingerprint biometrics, and the miniature based algorithm has several advantages also, including like high accuracy, reliability. Even with the low quality images will be the reaches will be calculated, and it can be implemented in a real time application also. There are many variations of miniature based such as orientation field based algorithm and the reach based algorithm to improve the accuracy and reliability of the fingerprint recognition. And this is a modular diagram. Here,
எனக்கு
okay, I will continue with the iris recognition. In iris recognition, the most accurate. Excuse me. Can I continue, sir?
Yes, yes, proceed, proceed.
So one of the most accurate and reliable biometric model is iris. It has a unique features to each individuals, which remains stable throughout, like after 6 months of PP, and it in it the feature extracted from this is iris texture, iris diameter, pupil shape, iris color, iris surfaces, etc. And here best algorithm Dogman algorithm, which is a mathematical algorithm that extract iris feature using Gabor filter and a linear filter that captures both magnitude and the phase of a signal. And the one of the major advantages it's using is high accuracy and robustness to noise acceleration and iris variation. And another advantage is the fast processing speed, and it only requires a few seconds to extract features. It is the iris recognition module diagram. And next, ear recognition. Ear recognition is relatively a new biometric modality. There are currently several algorithms used in it, like Harris also. But I have taken local binary patterns algorithm for feature extraction. The extracted feature will from the ear region and calculates the difference between the intensity value of neighboring pixels in a circular neighborhood around each pixels, and maps the binary patterns, and the patterns will be used to create a texture map of ear, which can be used for ear recognition. And the most of the features will be extracted like ear shape, ear texture, ear canal, ear lobes, etc. And by using local binary patterns algorithm, we can get a more quick and accurate results. And additionally, it can robustly, which means variations in the ear position and orientation, like if the people, the angle of ear image will be like different. From that also, local binary patterns will calculate in even more better. This is my ear recognition model diagram. And at last, the fusion technique. And Fusion combines the output of iris, ear, and fingerprint recognition modules to final authentication result. The Fusion, the in decision level, which the the scores which have been obtained from each modalities will be calculated, and the accuracy will the values will be compared to with the threshold value, and the related result will be produced, whether the person is authenticated or the person we have given is same as the person in that database. And here I have used random forest. um, Random forest is well suited to handle high dimensional, and each model moreover it can provide information on the importance of each features, which can be useful for feature selection and optimization. And expected outcome have it is has increased security, improved user experience, enhanced accuracy, reduced cost, better compliance.
Jivalashmi, time is up. You can conclude soon.
Yes, okay. And the conclusion of the development of multimodal biometrics using iris, the promising approach is to improve the accuracy, reliability, and the security of the biometric system. And by using score level fusion, it can overcome the performance level. It can also increase the accuracy and the performance level. Okay. And there are several applications which are used in real time also. Currently there are in India, United States, and United Kingdom they are using, like in India we are using in other card programs like fingerprint, face, and iris. And the United States they have using iris, fingerprint, and face. Most of them have used this, and the overall multi-parameter system will give potential to significant improve on the accuracy, reliability, and the security of the biometric system. And it has a wide range of application in various fields. And these are the reference papers I've gone through. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Have you implemented this one?
Yes, sir, I have started to do that, and presently have done iris and the fingerprint fusion. With that, I will fuse ear, and I will totally present in another session.
Okay, so you have not combined all the three and used in any application, right? Only two you have merged.
Currently, I have done two, sir.
Okay,
For actually, I have going to do for bank application for
sure.
transaction. So I'm going to infuse like ear also for better accuracy.
Okay, thank you. Shiny ma'am, you can ask some questions. Shiny ma'am and Sonia ma'am. Shiny ma'am.
Yes. Jivalakshmi ma'am,
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
presenting well. Actually, you are suggesting a random forest is better for your result analysis part, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Why other techniques are not providing accurate result?
Ma'am, random forest it will be like if it is a biometric, so even a single rotation of images will, or the person while showing to the scanner devices, it will give a different accuracy level. So for making a decision even more better, random forest will be more better things.
For your given data set alone, no? Or else in general?
In general, also, ma'am. Actually, for like a database, we will be collecting the all the informations, and by using cameras or for iris device will be used and scan the data. Even like one small uh, light, also it will give a different accuracy level, ma'am.
Okay.
For
Actually,
that,
one more question is there, ma'am. Actually, you are going with multimodal recognition system. Actually,
yes, ma'am.
multimodal recognition system increase the complexity of algorithm, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So on that occasion, how do you prefer multimodal recognition system?
Ma'am, actually, in serial like serial ma'am, complex, like not that much complex. It will take little bit time only, but accuracy
Yes,
level will
time.
be better. Yeah, for to make the time reduced, I have gone through the parallel level fusion, ma'am, which like not like if it is serial level, it will be take first iris or first fingerprint, then it will be taking too much time. But like parallelly, I'll be taking actually I will be giving the simultaneously the informations, and
Yes.
it will obtain the
Okay.
score levels.
Good Jivalakshmi, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Jivalashmi. So next I would like to call upon next paper ID ICAMSnT 0104154 Development and Integration of Machine Learning Models with Bioinformatic Analysis for Breast Cancer Gene Classification. Dr. Sahila Subair, Aligarh Muslim University. Dr. Swaliga Subair, you can go ahead. Can unmute yourself and you can start presenting. Kindly make it as full screen and you can start presenting. You're not audible. Uh, Otherwise, can you move with the next one? You can join later. Swahila Suber.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, audible, but we are getting echo. I think your older login also active now, it seems. You please unmute in the older login and you'll present in this one, ma'am. In this login, you are audible. You proceed. Go ahead.
Am I audible now?
Audible, but there is echo, ma'am. Please check. You might have logged into system.
Hello, sir. Am I audible now?
Yeah, now it's good. Perfectly all right. You can go ahead. You can present, put the screen in full screen mode and you can go ahead.
Sure, sir. Am I in full screen mode now? Hello, sir.
Ma'am, you can press F5 and you can start presenting.
Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yeah, visible. Go ahead, ma'am.
Is it full screen, sir?
It's not full screen till now.
Let me just do it once again. Is it full screen now?
Yeah, now okay, ma'am. You can go ahead.
I'm sorry for inconvenience.
No
This
issues,
is okay. This is Ghazala Sultan, and I will be presenting this on behalf of our team. And Dr. Swalia Zubair is my supervisor. We are from Department of Computer Science, Aligarh Muslim University. The title of our presentation is Development and Integration of Machine Learning Model with Bioinformatics Analysis for breast cancer gene classification. As we know that the cancer burden continues to grow globally and exerting tremendous amount of physical, emotional, and financial stress to on everyone. So in the same case, among the female population, breast cancer is having the highest statistic, where 1.38 million new breast cancer cases has been diagnosed every year. And when we talk overall, so among all the cancer types, breast cancer itself holds only 24% of all the cancer types, which is highest after the lung cancer. So, and when we talk about India, what is the status? So, after every 4 minutes, an Indian woman is diagnosed with breast cancer. So, it is already an alarming statistics. And that's what the motivation we pursued the research on breast cancer. So the objective of this study was, as we all know, that how machine learning techniques and algorithms are being utilized in every sphere of the areas, whether it is about science or even in the social science researches, machine learning techniques are leading the statistical analysis and everything. So what we performed was, we integrated in this particular study, we integrated our results from bioinformatics analysis, and utilizing machine learning technology, we revalidated our results, which we identified, so that we can say that the identified biomarkers are potentially can be used for therapeutic targets. So and there are different machine learning techniques already, but there is no particular algorithm which has been given for a specific set of models, because every data set whatever you are taking, there will be different model you are utilizing, and there is no surety that what model you will be utilized for these type of samples, whether it is from the statistics, stock market, or anything, or even from disease, you are using the same random forest, right? So we don't have the specific classified set of models that what we are going to use for disease classification, sample type classification, cell type classification, because there is a big data around all over us. So we tried to explore there are two different categories of samples in this particular study to classify how different machine learning algorithms can significantly classify. So the workflow of this study goes with, we took normal and cancer samples differently, and we took the two different workflow, where one will be bioinformatics analysis, and we identified differentially expressed genes from them and performed uh, different pathway analysis and enrichment analysis, where we identified the function of those genes which are showing as a potential biomarkers and are involved in important pathways, and how the survival status of the patients goes with different type of genes. And then what the findings we obtained from bioinformatics analysis, we reconfirmed and we utilized different machine learning algorithms, and then we validated our results that whether the machine learning algorithms can classify the same genes as the important genes. So we used 5 different algorithms for the classification of genes. So these are all machine learning classifiers, and we use different decision tree, KNN, and random forest. So what samples we took as, because breast cancer as a whole is a like having collection of tissues and cell types. So we took two different type of cells, because we for to achieve the precision medicine and to achieve the precision target for the therapeutic actions, we need to see that either the same type of cells have same type of genes varying, or different genes varying. So we took epithelial cells and stromal cells. Here we have classified that where the epithelial cells lies exactly in the breast tissue, and where the stromal cells and what are its constituents for the stromal cells and the epithelial cell. So this figure specify the different type of cells, and methodology goes with we collected various candidate features from the clinical features as well, that what is the age of the patient, what either it is a normal samples from the same patient. We took the normal samples and the disease samples, so that age will be the same similar, so that we can easily classify and compare the status of the gene and its expression level. And we utilize the data and then split it into 13 to 70 percentage for the training and validation set for the machine learning implementation. From bioinformatics analysis, we identified that when we classify the normal epithelial with normal stromal cells, there is no significant genes which are differently expressing. It means that within the epithelial cells and within the stromal cells, this expression of the genes are similar, or we can say same, but we cannot say same because that will be very vague. So we can say the genes are similar because there is not a single gene identified which is different from the normal, different in expression in normal epithelial cells and in normal stromal cells. But when we compare the normal epithelial cells and tumor epithelial cells, so we found out that there are genes which are differently expressing in normal epithelial cells and differently expressing, either highly expressing, overexpressing, or down-regulating genes are there in the tumor epithelial cells. Similarly, when we compare the normal stromal cells expression and the tumor stromal cells, so there were specific genes which are differently expressing. So we identified a set of differentially expressed genes from both type of cells. Here we identified 12 common genes which are expressed in both epithelial and stromal cells, but they are not unique to the each. Like we cannot say this cell is expressed in epithelial but not expressing in stromal. So we can overall we can say they are similar expressing in epithelial as well as stromal cell. So they can be studied as a whole as well. So we identified 12 common genes, and while 14 genes are uniquely expressed in epithelial breast tissue and 88 genes were in stromal specific tissues, which are in tumor samples but not in normal samples. So that's what was more interesting that we identified in this study. And further we took this to identify that what are their log fold change values, which means that how, like what percentage they are expressing in the normal cell and how much. For example, if log fold change value for SULF1, if log fold change value is minus 2.67, it means it is negative down regulated in the tumor cells, means less expressed than the normal cells. So these are the genes which are specifically expressing in epithelial tissue. The list of genes which are upregulated genes in the upper table, and the below table shows that genes which are downregulated. Similarly, in the stromal tissue, in stromal tumor tissue, we found that the genes which have like high expression, and some genes which are downregulated genes. So they are like less expressed in the tumor tissue, and some are for. So following after that, we further studied the functional annotation of these particular genes, which are showing different type of expression, and the common genes that we identified from our analysis and differential gene expression analysis. We identified that there are genes which are co-expressed with each other, and we made the network that how they are interrelated with each other, and we identified their biological processes, that in what processes they were involved, and what molecular functions they are involved, what cellular components they lie in, like at what location in the within the cell and the nucleus, where they exactly lie when the data was extracted. So we identified as a whole, overall, we identified that these genes were involved in cell adhesion, DNA duplex unwinding. So this was one of the important biological process. And then calcium mediated signaling, negative regulation of peptidase activity, and immune effector. It also involved in the immunity factors, and also the negative regulation of peptidase activity. It was also one of the very important function that we observed for these genes. Furthermore, we identified that what are their expression in the normal samples, because we want to see it visually, that how they are expressing differently in the normal samples and in the tumor samples. So we made this heat map where we saw that there are different type of different expression pattern in showing normal samples and in the tumor samples, both in epithelial and the stromal cells, where we found that specific genes, because here we took total 12 genes for the category that we identified as a common genes, but we found that NAV2, PMR1, NCLD, SYNM, CLDN8, and OPRN as specific genes which are showing varied pattern even in this specific heat map, where the other genes are showing similar pattern, but these genes are showing varied pattern, and are strongly correlated, as we made the here we made the supervised clustering for these genes. So these clusters also mentioned that these genes are strongly correlated in both the population of epithelial and stromal cells. Furthermore, we performed the correlation analysis, where we identified that how these genes are. So here we have zoomed up the figure number D, where we show that how these genes are correlated with each other, and how one gene is related to other gene, and how they are expressed and overexpressed or less expressed in with respect to each other. So this is basically the relation of the genes amongst themselves, so that we can identify the correlation of these differentially expressed common genes for both the samples. Furthermore, when we performed the classification analysis and developed a model, so we utilized different algorithms, classification algorithms for decision tree and logistic regression, KNN, SVM, which are one of the most significant used significant and commonly used algorithms are there. So we performed this analysis, and we found out that all the models are showing more or less uh, the common genes that we identified in our study are similar, because we took all the genes which were differently expressed in our samples as 7,000 genes as a feature set, and then we performed this machine learning algorithm by splitting the data into 30% into the training set and 70% into the prediction model, so that we can see that how is working. So when we may take a closer look of the what the results says in the random forest model, it classifies that how which gene is more importantly related, and how we found that what gene is more related, it means that which gene is more significantly able to divide or classify the normal samples and the tumor samples, like the expression of the gene in the normal sample and the tumor sample. So that's how it gives the results, that which gene is more important for the data, that which can more clearly and with the highest accuracy classify the samples and the genes. So this is the accuracy model that we have shown, and we found out after the hyper tuning of different parameters, where we performed where we changed the alpha and lambda values for the logistic regression in elastic net model, and then k value in the KNN model, and SVM, and similarly in the other models. And among all the five models, we found that random forest is giving the highest accuracy for both the epithelial type of cells and stromal cells, with the accuracy of 0.94 and 96 percentage, with the tree root value 2. So in conclusion, we utilize all the 7,110 genes were differently expressed in our data. We took them all as a feature sets, and then and the age factor of the patient for as a clinical values for these patients, which has been under study as a data set. And then we split them and utilize different models to see which model can give greater accuracy, so that we utilize different models and we perform. So we found that random forest is giving highest accuracy than other models which we developed. The developed prediction model shows higher accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, AUC in classifying cancerous and healthy samples for both type of samples, which were epithelial and stromal cells. Additionally, our classification models further validated the differentially expressed genes that we were identified in bioinformatics analysis with the highest correlation. So what we did is we cross-validated our results from both type of samples, because whenever we present our study, the in silico study or findings of purely bioinformatics analysis, we have been asked for in vitro analysis, because there is no wet lab experiment for this or validation for that. So we try to implement the machine learning model so that we can cross-validate our results, and we can present our identified genes as a potential biomarkers for the for the precise therapeutic targets. So interestingly, the underlying molecular mechanism of these genes, which we identified as a cell adhesion and the inhibitor of the peptide activity, DNA unwinding, and these were also not comprehensively studies for these particular genes. So we expect that we will be taking forward this study further to explore more functions of these study in these genes and how they work specifically in breast cancer as well as in other type of cancer, so that we can also make it a comprehensive and more specific results for these particular genes and how they work as a biomarker. Findings from this study also suggest that implemented model, including random forest and other five models that we have used, could significantly classify the breast cancer associated cells, specifically epithelial and stromal cells, which are major part of the breast cancer tissue set. So we have identified that these particular models, specifically random forest model, can classify very efficiently the genes and with a higher accuracy that has also already crossed the 96%, which can be considered as a high accuracy. Then this study further also suggests that multiple ML models, if we machine learning models with highest accuracy, if we combine them as a whole, for example, when we make an ensemble model for machine learning model where we implement and combine different models which are giving highest accuracy, so they can may increase the accuracy of these models as well. So we find that the ensemble model or the hybrid model of the machine learning models that can also improvise the accuracy and the classification power of these particular models for these type of samples which we have as a gene expression set. So thank you so much. This is our conclusion for this study, and we look forward for the expanding of this work to explore the expression level and the function of these particular genes in other type of cancers as well. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, before going to conclusion, you displayed one table. In that you have given calculated the accuracy for different methodologies. So
Yes.
can you explain how the accuracy is calculated? What is the formula for that, and how you arrived at particular values?
Yes, accuracy was calculated after the once we train the model, then we provide the test set of the that was the 70% of test set that we kept for to test the model. We provide and we out identify the prediction and the prediction percentage of the model, that what to what percentage that this prediction is right for this model. So that's how we identified the accuracy percentage. That, yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Shiny,
thank you so
Shiny,
much.
ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
what are the difference between cancer gene and normal gene?
Okay, ma'am. So when there is a patient, so what we particularly do is like how the samples are extracted is in the if there is a breast cancer patient. So there are tumor tissue itself if there is a breast cancer patient, so the tumor tissues are extracted where the genes will have different expression maybe, and the section of the breast of the same person of the breast where there is no infliction or no effect of cancer, so those can be extracted as a normal samples. So that is the normal and the tumor samples.
Actually, the first pre-processing stage, you are separating the cells, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Separating the gene. What are the steps you are applying?
Okay. Shall I move to slide or shall I explain like this?
No, only just steps enough.
Okay, sure, ma'am. So basically, we downloaded this data set from the primary database, for example, NCBI. So there, the samples were mentioned and they labeled as the normal samples and the tumor samples. So and also there was specific mention that these samples are coming from either epithelial cells or stromal cells. So we basically downloaded the data and separated the samples based on the labels which are given in the database, and then we performed the analysis separately. So that was the part of pre-processing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to call upon next participant, ICAMSnT 0104149 Cryptocurrency World by Jainis Sachanti, Vasant Patil, Paristan College of Engineering and Visual Arts. Please share your screen and you can proceed. Participants, please note maximum time will be 10 minutes. Please wind up within 10 minutes. Jainis, please unmute yourself. Your voice is not audible. Yes, now it's audible. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. So, cryptocurrency world, we have this is our topic name. We have four members in our group. We all are undergraduate, and we are from Vasantdada Patil Pratishthan College of Engineering and Visual Art. Introduction. Cryptocurrency is the most popular financial form that has emerged in recent years. Cryptocurrency is defined as a type of currency other than real world. It can be a virtual currency. As of now, 2020, more than 7,000 cryptocurrencies are actively trading in more than 20,000 online exchanges. Their total market capitalization has exceeded USD 300 billion. Although these cryptocurrencies are not backed by any tangible asset, they gain trust from users by publicly disclosing the full creation and transaction history in peer-to-peer blockchain network. Objective. Our objective is to provide a user-friendly interface to the user to know how to widespread the use of virtual currencies, to help the learners to know about current news in cryptocurrency, examine the present situation of how crypto is exchanged in the digital age. Literature survey. Cryptocurrency has become very popular nowadays throughout the globe. Now people are trying to learn more about cryptocurrency. The primary objective of this research is to get the full acquaintance of cryptocurrency and its benefit. To add more knowledge about cryptocurrency, the following are the secondary objective of the research study. Examine the present landscape of how value is exchanged in the digital age, to know widespread the use of virtual currencies, and to help learners to know about current concerns in cryptocurrency. So we have referenced the papers Knowledge Discovery in Cryptocurrency, a transaction, a survey, a dynamic linguistic decision making approach for a cryptocurrency invest scenario, privacy and cryptocurrencies, a systematic literature. Can silence theory explain investor real world evidence from the cryptocurrency market? Existing system. There are some of the best system of cryptocurrency like WazirX, CoinSwitch, CoinDCX, etc. This system provides user with trading charts of cryptocurrency. They don't provide history of cryptocurrency, top 10 cryptocurrencies, broker option if anyone doesn't know how to trade. The scope of project. As we know that there are many crypto trading websites. There are some of the best cryptocurrency trading are like WazirX, CoinSwitch, CoinDCX. These are the most demanding apps. These apps provide user with trading options charts of cryptocurrency. They don't provide history of cryptocurrency, top 10 cryptocurrency, broker for someone like who is new to the crypto world and does not know how to trade. With the help of our website, we can help user understand about the cryptocurrencies. Problem definition. What is the main purpose of cryptocurrencies? Now let us understand why we need cryptocurrencies. Debt is what creates the fiat money in your checking account. Thus, the numbers you see on your ledger are nothing but liabilities. It is a promissory note system. However, debts are not represented by cryptocurrencies. Instead, cryptocurrencies merely act as their own representative. Cryptocurrencies aim to restrict the power and responsibility of one funds to the owner. Hence, Bitcoin, a permissionless, irreversible, and pseudonymous form of payment, and is an attack on banks and government control over their citizens' financial activity.
proposed system. User will able to find where to buy or sell cryptocurrencies. User can have information and history of cryptocurrencies. User will able to know which are the top 10 cryptocurrencies of the world. User will also get the latest news about the market. If a user won't have idea of cryptocurrency but eager to invest in cryptocurrency, they can use a broker section where they can get help from the experts about which cryptocurrency to buy, which they can hold for a longer period, or which they can sell. Diagram. This is a user. User will have accessible to 5 page: home, cryptocurrencies, crypto details, brokers, and news. Implementation. Home page. This page will provide user with information about total market value of total cryptocurrencies, total exchanges, total 24-hour volume, total market, total top 10 cryptocurrencies, and some news. Cryptocurrency page. This will provide user with multiple cryptocurrencies which are in market. It will also provide user to search for cryptocurrency and also show 100 cryptos. User details page. This will provide user information about cryptocurrency. It will provide the stats of the cryptocurrency, some links related to that particular cryptocurrency, and some more information about it. Broker pool. This is the unique part of our website which will help to understand about cryptocurrencies. If a user is new to trading world of cryptocurrencies but eager and interested to invest in crypto, then this will provide user with experienced broker which will help them to invest. News page. This will provide user with all latest news about cryptocurrencies which are in the market. User can also select a particular cryptocurrency for information they are interested in. Conclusion. Our approach is fulfilled here by creating a cryptocurrency information provider website which will help user with information about top 10 cryptocurrencies in the market, total crypto market value, information about particular crypto with its trading chart, and some more info. Exchange value for cryptocurrencies, providing latest news about cryptocurrencies, also providing a broker page where new investors can take help of the crypto brokers to invest in crypto market. Future scope. In future, understanding of cryptocurrency with the help of our website can take less time and effort. Cryptocurrency can be extremely be best investment. Cryptocurrencies have proven themselves as a long-term investment. Can have a high scalability, and also in our website we can add trading option using blockchain technology, which make our website a complete crypto world website, and we can also create our application for a crypto website. These are the references. Thank you.
And Janish, and you can provide some details regarding how the future trends will be. Okay, so sometimes no, the crude oil price may go up, come down, again go up,
Yes.
come down. Yeah, like that. Few years back, the cryptocurrencies peak, but now it has crashed a bit. Okay,
Yes.
so that kind of thing also you can include in a
Yes.
project. Okay, so in
Okay, sir.
future scope you can add this also.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Shiny ma'am, any questions? Okay, so we can go to the next. Thank you so much, the Jainis. We can
Thank
go
you,
to
sir.
the next participant. Uh, ICAMSnT 0104145 and investigation on file carving two methodologies using scenario based on image creation. Miss Hebi Sudhar, Rashtriya Raksha University, Gandhinagar. Please share your screen and you can start your presentation. Happy Sundar, please unmute yourself.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, now audible. You
Yeah.
can put the things in full
Yes.
screen and you can start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
So, dear participants, gentle reminder: you please wind up your presentation within 10 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Ma'am, please go
So
ahead.
here is my top. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Here is my topic on an investigation and file carving tools methodology using the scenario-based image creation. So today I'm presenting about my abstract and my objectives of and the study about my whole research. In this particular, I need to develop and validate the different type of file techniques, how we can supposed to carve that files, and how it is going to be useful for the forensic investigation. That is my core component, and it is my main motivation and objectives behind that. So the abstract and the findings are like that, ki what kind of different approaches that we are supposed to go with in the finding techniques and what kind of tools are going to be measured out, where the maximum ratio we can increase to get out the data as a file validating and carving techniques. So my novelty approach is going to be to go through the different type of file signatures, also different type of file types like PDF, like JPG, like PNG, that type of. So here in introduction, I covered the 4 different sections, and based on the scenario, I go through the 4 different test bed I created, and based on that, I will perform the same study on the 4 different categories and come up with the results. So here is my proposed method and the validation and variation, what I found yet so far with. So here go through the first scenario on the basis of linear storage in the file system. Second, deleted files is my major concern. Third is going to be file carving performance on the non-linear data. And fourth is non-linear data, which is going to be in the secondary storage devices. What kind of data we can recover from the master boot recorder, what kind of data that we can able to recover from the partition tables, what exactly the affection will vary from hard disk drive to the SSD. So here, these are the scenario-based stuff which I created, and based on that, I prepared some proposed plan on that, where the variation is going to be vary based on the company who is manufacturing the SSD, based on the particular file size, how a file larger, based on that, the MFT boot record process and all the other kind of PCBs which is controlled, the all SSD component will help to me for recovering the data. So next is here I taken the data about the file extension as I mentioned earlier, the document files, the audio files, the video file, the graphic files, the archive files, and the email files. These are the number of file extensions which I have, and these are the number of files which are put in my hard disk drive or SSD. Based on that, I will cover up with this kind of number of file recovery during the time of investigation. These are the number of files which is already there. Based on scenario, I will created the backup copy. I will created the file carving methodology, and based on that, the total 300 files are there, where it is over here 241 files. Then how it is possible and why it is coming up a larger amount? Because of the data overwritten on the hard disk drive, either in a SSD, it will recover the high number of the data, which is going to be overwritten data on the previous component. While I'm using the foremost tool, the file carving scenario which I created based on the S1, S2, S3, and S4. This is 4 different kind of category which I mentioned earlier in the table of this. And in with this regard, I will recover the number of data. This is my carving ratio. And over after the accuracy, I will get this result with the use of foremost tool. So here I'm comparing this particular one, my MBR master boot recorder for master boot recorder of SSD. This is my GTP, which is a ground partition requirement where the component is shifting from one component to another component while the data structure is going to be moving with, and what type of overwritten data going to be there. So based on that, the scenario based creation will give me this result, and I will get out the accuracy before and after is going to be like this way. So this is my comparison study based analysis, which I found out by the graph. So conclusion is that whatever kind of things we have with the image creation, we have a multiple factor and parameters which I observed where the latencies are there, or we can say the weaknesses are there in the hardware module. Likewise, the manufacturing company is going to be a biggest role. Second, the component which you are using, it how much older. When it is going to be a very oldest, over the time the wear out process or the hardware component is going to be reduce their efficiency in storing the data. So that is also the come up with conclusion and understanding. Second, it is depends on the structure how the data is going to store. Either it's a linearly or non-linearly. Based on that, a sequential way of data reading and writing process and everything will affect it onwards. Now, last but not least, these are my references. So I gone through many other papers which I already published regarding to the same, where the temperature is also going to affect, where particular ratio is also affect. So these are the things which is most important for me in a learning. Thank you so much for listening me. Any questions? Any questions? Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Any question? Yeah.
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
questions?
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
please.
so when you implement these kind of techniques, no, so uh,
Yeah.
there is a chance for when you store something in hardware, there is a chance for loss
Yes.
of data. Okay, so for that we
Yes.
use some techniques like RAID or something
Yes.
like that. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So when
Yeah.
you are going for this kind of storage kind of things in your technique, what you propose, so these things are when the data is lost, how you overcome that?
If the data is going to loss, sir, that we overcome with the different parameters. Likewise, if we are having a SSD, then we needs to take care about the overwritten data of the hardware component, because nowadays hard disk drive is replaceable with SSD. But the issue is with that the data is going to be encrypted and everything is fine. But problem with a time, the larger amount of time if we are spending with the one hardware device, that the overwritten data is going to be a more difficult situation nowadays in SSD. So that's why the coming up with a new concept with SSHD, which is solid state hybrid drive, where permanent storage is going to be in a HDD, but the boosting process to make it faster, the processing, the 8 GB SSD will recommend to the every manufacturer company. Like nowadays they are making out 8 GB is SSD and 1 TB is going to be like HDD, where the data loss is going to be very less, but over the same time the speeding process will increase. So they not give it fully the SSD, coming the SSD, but data retrieval is going to be the issue. So they are come up with a new concept which is SSHD. That can
Okay.
be the solution.
Okay, another one thing. So our storage requirement is going in such a way, like, so we are going for cloud, we are going for big data kind of analysis. So mostly we are planning to store the data in a remote location, not in our servers kind of thing. So in that, so will the emergence of the cloud, the advancement in cloud technology affects your research or your contribution or not?
Actually, sir, in my context, if I'm telling for forensic science background, then this is not a matter of cloud data, or this is not matter of a permanent storage device. I just want to add some few things inside it. The two different domains are completely playing their own role, all right, in the advancement of the technology. Whenever you are going for a cloud, for a flexibility, for a feasibility of the data, you can access anywhere from any kind of the situation that you are with, you can use by cloud. That is a good part of a technology. But when you need your own computer, like a personal data, like when you are in a company or when you have some curious data, yet so far many companies are not offering to save and secure their data on a cloud. Reason is just only that this is about a matter of data, right? So all over the confidential stuff which people are invented, or either they do coding or either they do invent something, they never put or share anything on the cloud based data. They are just storing on the permanent storage. Reason is only that because of the safety and security. Nowadays IoT devices are also there where the data is shared. Cloud is also there but data is shared. The technology is good for that, but some domains and some situation are like this way. They never ever going to share their data on cloud. Reason about the privacy only, because whatever cloud that we are using, it is almost a third party, and we do not have that kind of flexibility and feasibility to claim them why our data is going to leak. Like we all having an accounts on Facebook, we all having a Google Drive, we all having everything, right? But if something will happen with the data, we never ever going to claim on Google or any other company, like why my data is going to compromised, right? So that particular domains are pretty much sure they are storing their data into the hard disk drives or a permanent secondary storage only. Both technologies having their own meaning, right? But for personal reason, something is different. When it comes to the professional way of structure, it is completely different data.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah, please. Any question?
That's it, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. May I stop my presentation?
Yeah, stop, ma'am. You can stop sharing. So next, I like to call upon the next participant, ICAMSnT 010446 Signature Verification and Recognition System. Ms. C. B. Selvalakshmi, Velamal College of Engineering and Technology. You can start sharing your screen and you can start your presentation. Ms. C. B. Selvalakshmi, are you there? Next, I would like to call upon next participant, ICAMSnT 010420 Blockchain Bidding System for Selling Agriculture Products. Professor Anil Kumar B, RV Institute of Technology and Management. Professor Anil Kumar, are you there? Next, I would like to call upon the next participant, ICAMSnT 010407 F2R Analyzer by Varsha J, Tijan Institute of Technology.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Varsha, you can share your screen and you can start your presentation. Maximum time is 10 minutes. So focus on your work than the theory. Okay, you can
Okay.
share your screen and start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible. You can put the presentation screen in F5 so that the entire screen will be visible and you can start your presentation.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, visible, but you put the screen in full screen and start presentation. Press F5. Press F5 in your keyboard. You can start your presentation, students.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Smita Mohan, currently pursuing BE in Computer Science from Tijon Institute of Technology, and my teammates are Vasha J, Vijay, and Sufia Ali. So today we are here to convey a few information about our project, which is named as F2R Analyzer using machine and deep learning. So let's start with our introduction. Next, Vasha, next. So let's start with our introduction. In this, we have two recognizers called as FER and OCR, which are combined into a single system at the front end. The emotions are extremely complex and difficult for machines that are simple to comprehend for humans. We have done numerous human-computer interactions involving smartphone, affective computers, intelligent control systems, psychological research, behavior analysis, social media, robotics, and other areas have made extensive use of human facial emotion recognition to create this. Our facial emotion recognition system can dictate the human emotion by their expressions. The OCR is a process of classifying the optical patterns present in a digital image to correspond character. In this, we are using the OCR technology for analyzing the prescription by using the input, which can be in the form of pictures, text, or voice. And we have referred almost 20 literature paper in order to conclude the review. Some of them are
Next, I would like to call upon the next participant, ICAMSnT 010417 to build an OCR system using YOLO. Mohammad Tofik and team. Vasantha Patel, President College of Engineering and Visual Arts, Mumbai.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'll be presenting it.
yeah, please.
Sir, just a minute.
Yes. Participant, please note you have to complete the entire presentation using 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yes, yes, sir. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Sir, is it visible? Hello.
Yeah, it's visible. You can go ahead.
Okay. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Veena Nanila from Vasandada Patil. My team members are Muhammad Tawfiq, Bala Subramanian, and Sneha Gaikwad. And we are from Vasandada Patil Pratishthan's College of Engineering and Visual Arts, Mumbai. So, the topic of our project is to build an OCR system using YOLO. So, let me introduce to you what a system is basically. OCR system is an optical character recognition system that recognizes or you can say detects a text or characters. So basically it searches as it is mentioned over here. Visual text recognition is one of the most extensively researched topics. So our system uses YOLO, that is you look only once model, to detect arbitrarily oriented text in natural image scenes. That is what it detects or recognizes particular text which we need from any image that is implemented. Then we go to the literature survey. So we have found about 10 papers. We have searched for the literature survey and we have done research on these papers. So we have as we come to the existing system, we have found that all these papers which we have searched in the literature survey have a common thing, that they have used either CNN or KNN algorithms in this. The research gap we can say is that what is the difference between their project and our project? What is the gap that is in between of both the projects that is presented? So basically, in those systems, the algorithms, as I said, CNN, that is convolutional neural network, and KNN, K nearest neighborhood network, are used. While in our system, in our proposed system, we are using YOLO. That is a new thing for this OCR system, and it is giving us the results of almost 80% with good distinction and good output result. So the motivation of a project is that it improves productivity, it minimizes errors, and one of the most important motivation is that the cost reduction, ease of access, and time saving. So as with our project, the manual work which is there for to scan the to look after the text whichever is needed or whatever is needed and then take it out manually, that takes a huge time, but our system makes it easier. It reduces manual work as well as it increases the efficiency of electronic devices to store these documents and then provide the next output. So as we can see, improved productivity, that is what I explained just now. uh, Cost reduction is by using OCR, it is easy to reduce the cost by allowing you to divert those savings to any use of your need. So the financial times is a well implemented system for us. Then time saving for sure, because as I said, manual data entries are very much higher. So basically, OCR system, this stores everything electronically and in a fraction of seconds. So that is more easier. Then we go to the problem statement. So, scene text spotting is considered as one of the most difficult and valuable challenges in the document analysis community. Due to the large variation in the text patterns and background, spotting text in natural scenes is much more challenging. So, for this purpose of text spotting, a model has to be trained, and that is what our system does and recognizes those images. Next, the objectives, as I told you, so it helps in recognizing certain things or certain text that we need at a particular time and in ease of access, so that we can get more accuracy and more faster results. That is what is explained in our objectives basically. So, and this is the proposed system. We are using YOLO, that is you look only once, for text detection, and then training YOLO with the framework. Once we've implemented the process of text detection, we do text recognition, and then through Tesseract, that is a tool, we use it to store the information which we have found through that text, or whichever we have just spotted, whichever text we want. We just store that information in the Tesseract. The Tesseract helps to store the information actually in a particular format and then use it accordingly. As it is written, pass the detected text to the regions of Tesseract, store the results from Tesseract in the required format. This is the hardware and software which we've used, that is Windows 10. Then the software is Visual Studios and Jupyter Notebook. The libraries used are Keras, TensorFlow, OpenCV, NumPy, and Matplotlib. The implementation of our flow diagram. So basically, this is the structure of how our system is gonna work. So first we are gonna collect the data, whichever is coming to us. Then we are going to label it, and then we are going to send it to the YOLO training model to get the pre-trained convolutional weights, and then the newly trained weights are detected by the text detector, and then the image which is inputted are cropped to the text image whichever is needed. Then the text image is enhanced, and then the optical character recognition system recognizes it and stores in the output format into the results. These are the applications like detection and tracking of stolen credit debit card number, detection of user personal data such as PAN or Aadhaar card number details, to make manual work less and almost to reduce it completely, to detect any information needed from any document image, to scan any image from documents, handwritten or typed notes easily, scanning and storing of all the data of organization or companies in electronic devices securely. So this is the result of our system, which have we have done, and we have found. See, if you can see over here, as the text is detected, whichever we want. One more is this. If suppose I give an example of this is a PAN card. So a PAN card, if we need only the what do we say, only the date of birth or the name of a specific person, or whatever detail you need, basically it gives that from that image. So this we can see is the UI of our system. Here we have to enter the folder path and then the output file name, and then we can get a text generated whatever we had searched for. So our conclusion is that in this day and age of information technology, a proposed model can make a successful attempt to signify its purpose in huge organizations as well as companies. It can manage and store large data by scanning whichever part is needed from images, documents, handwritten notes, typed notes, etc. By using our optical recognition system, the manual work can be avoided and data can be stored in laptops, computers, PCs, etc. The main benefit of OCR system is its data security, availability, portable accessibility, and high accuracy, etc. So these are the references which we've used in our project. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I have one question, Veena. You discussed about convolution neural network. What is the advantages and drawback of convolution neural network? Can you explain on that?
Sorry, sir.
You discuss about convolution neural network CNN, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What are its advantages?
So CNN does the same thing. Like it for a particular image to extract whatever is necessary. Um, I can say for it is like image recognition only. It processes the pixels of that particular data which is provided, but in our system the accuracy is more in comparison to CL. That is one thing which is different, and yes.
Okay, Veena, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir,
So,
one thing I wanted to ask regarding the certificate thing. So,
okay.
sir, you are going to select the groups from this?
No, certifications, those who presented the paper will be given the certificates. Certificates will be mailed by the convener.
All of the members like who are present here will be getting the certificates,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Actually, the registration link which is provided for the certificate registration is not opening. It's saying that the it is not accepting responses. So, what shall we do, sir?
Okay, I'll check with the team and let you know. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank
Sure,
you so
sure,
much, sir.
sure. And participants, any other pending in this 4A track? Those are presented at the start presenting at the starting time. Face some technical issue.
Sir, this is Keshav.
Yeah.
I was having some problem. I was assistant.
Yes, you can start your presentation. Before that, uh, you have turned on the mic twice. I think you have logged in 2 times, so we are getting echo. Please turn on only one. You can share your screen and you can start your presentation. Paper ID ICAMSnT 01041138. You go ahead. Please wind up within 10 minutes. Kishore Kumar, you can start your presentation. There is some network issue with Keshav Kumar. It seems he left. Any other yet to present?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My paper ID is 04137. Due to power cut, lab going to shut down. Shall I to present next, sir?
Okay, your name?
My name is Nagaraju.
Paper title?
Paper title: Lung Cancer Reduction Using Regularized Extreme Learning Machine Learning and PCFEHS. I mentioned my paper ID in the comment itself.
No, you are in track 5 or track 4?
Actually, I in the 5A, track 5A,
Yeah,
but due
yeah.
to power problem.
Track 5A is about to start. Track 4A is not yet completed. We'll be winding up. After that, you will be having your presentation.
Yes, sir, but my due to power less power, my lab going to shut down soon. Also. That's why I ask you.
Okay, so first we have to wind up 4A. No, let us wind up. So let us close. I think we can close the session 4A. So any other is yet to present? Shiny ma'am, can we wind up this session 4A?
Yes,
Track
sir.
4A. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let us announce the best paper we selected and we can wind up.
Yes.
Shiny ma'am, can you announce the best paper?
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Okay.
Good afternoon, honorable present here. This is Dr. Shai. This is Dr. Shiny Angel. Actually, 13 papers are same for this track, and uh, papers are presented well by the participants. Here, I'm going to choose the best paper. That is uh, paper ID ICAMSnT 04154 development and integration of machine learning model with bioinformatics analysis for breast cancer gene classification. Authors are Dr. Shaligar Subai, Aligarh Muslim University. The best paper back for this session is Dr. Shaligar Subai, Aligarh Muslim University. Uh, I congratulate Teacher Institute of Technology for providing this forum to researchers and providing opportunity to me as a session chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your participation, ma'am. And I'll anyway text the best paper in the chat box. Uh, uh, Thank you all your participation. For I thank each and everyone participated and present the paper in this conference venue. And my special thanks to Dr. Shiny Angel, who spent all our time with us till now, and he came as a session chair. And I thank Sonia Das ma'am. Thank you so much. Now it's time for track 5A. Over to Praveen sir. Prabin sir, you can go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Fine. Good morning. Good afternoon to everyone. And I think we can start the 5A track 5A session. I hope all the participants are in the waiting room, and I will just read out the names and you can present. And again, and I'm just introducing the session chairperson. It's Dr. D. Hemanan, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, SAEC College, affiliated to Anna University, Chennai. Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, sir. And we welcome you for the session, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation and participation. Thank you very much, sir.
Uh,
I think,
yes, sir.
yes,
Thank you,
sir.
sir. I'm also glad to participate in this, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, sir. And myself is Dr. Praveen, Assistant Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication, Tijan Institute of Technology, Bangalore. And I also welcome Mr. Sai Prabhu, Assistant Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Tijan Institute of Technology, Bangalore. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. So,
Yes, sir.
Praveen,
Yes, sir. Okay, so totally think we have 13 papers in track 5A. I hope that everyone knows the procedures for that. And first paper ID is ICAMSNST NT01040997. Paper title is Credit Card Fraud Detection Using Adaboost Algorithm. The author is G. Muthu Gurunadam from Mandanapalli Institute of Technology and Science. And the presentation time is 10 minutes, 8 minutes for a presentation and 2 minutes for the question and answer session. So I welcome the first presenter to present the paper. Paper ID is ICAMSNT01040997. So you can share the screen and you can start presenting, Mr. Muthu Gurunadam.
Sir, is the presentation is visible and I'm audible, sir?
Yeah, you can. Yes, it is audible. You can.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Niranjani, and I'm here with my team members, Mr. Muttugurnathan, Mr. Mokshit Reddy, Mr. Manoj Kumar, and Ms. Jayashree from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Madanpalli Institute of Technology and Science. Today, we are excited to present our presentation on credit card fraud detection using AdaBoost algorithm. Abstract of our project is credit card fraud, which has become a big problem for online payments. Detecting and preventing fraud is a difficult task for credit card holders. In our proposed solution uses a machine learning algorithm such as a decision tree, random forest, XGBoost, and AdaBoost algorithms. To detect and prevent credit card frauds, we compared the accuracy of these algorithms and found the XGBoost and AdaBoost have higher accuracy rather than random forest and decision tree algorithms, and we got accuracy above 97%. Um, Coming to proposed system, as I previously mentioned, we used 4 ML algorithms. Here is the brief explanation of those algorithms. To begin with, the decision tree algorithm creates a tree-like model of decisions and their possible consequences. It uses a set of rules to split the data into smaller groups and build the decision tree. Next on the agenda is a random forest algorithm. It is an ensemble learning method that uses multiple decision trees to improve the accuracy of the model. Final prediction is made by taking the average of the predictions from all the trees. Moving to next point, XGBoost algorithm. It is an optimized gradient boosting algorithm that uses decision trees as base learners. It is a popular algorithm in machine learning algorithms due to its high performance and speed. And then coming to AdaBoost algorithm, it is a boosting algorithm that combines multiple weak classifiers to form a strong classifier. The final prediction is made by taking a weighted average of the predictions for all the classifiers. Coming to literature survey, we referred almost 9 papers. Although machine learning algorithms can predict a fraud up to some level. Achieving higher accuracy for extremely imbalanced data requires experimentation with different optimization techniques. Decision tree can't able to perform well on large data set, and accuracy is low. Random forest takes more time to train a robust decision trees in it, and XGBoost algorithm is sensitive to outliers and making it less scalable. Those limitations in existing system were rectified in proposed system, that is AdaBoost algorithm. And next on the agenda is model design. This is all about system architecture of our project. By integrating these modules, a fully functional credit card fraud detection system can be developed. We collected data from online, that is Kaggle website, and pre-processing mainly includes three stages: data cleaning, visualization and sampling. In cleaning, we try to remove all null values and missing values in it in dataset, and in visualization we try to plot graphs for every column in our dataset to make it more understandable for the mission. In sampling, we use techniques such as smooth random oversampler, resampling or undersampling techniques to balance the imbalanced data in our dataset. Coming to feature extraction involves selecting a relevant subset of features for the dataset that contribute the most to the predictive power of the model. And coming to evaluation model, focuses on selecting the best machine learning algorithms for detecting credit card fraud. The algorithm must handle imbalanced data sets and possesses high accuracy and including training the model. Um, our output consists of confusion matrix that consists of patient recall, F1 score, and so on. And in conclusion, the evaluation of four machine learning algorithms is based on their confusion matrix and prediction accuracy. The AdaBoost algorithm had the highest accuracy among the four, and all the techniques have very high and nearly identical prediction accuracy. A graph is provided for every comparison of the performance of algorithms, and it shows that the AdaBoost algorithm has the highest accuracy. And last but not the least, these are some of the references we referred. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Yes, thank you for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Sultan.
Okay, nice presentation. In your paper, you have compared your AdaBoost algorithm with decision tree, random forest, and XGBoost. What parameters you considered for performance analysis?
For performance analysis, we mainly focused on class column in our data set, sir. In class column, actually our data set is labeled data set. In class column, it consists of legends and frauds, sir. Based on legends and frauds, we performed our project, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Shall
Okay,
I
sir.
stop my presentation, sir?
Yeah, if anyone else having any question, you can ask. Okay, so thank you for the presentation. And one more thing, best paper also is there. So all the participants, please make a note of that. You can present your papers well. Okay. So next, I will call the next candidate. That is the paper ID is ICAMSNT 01 04158. The paper title is Sign Language Recognition Using Deep Learning. Authors are Muhammad Hazib Mujataba from RB Institute of Technology and Management. So, Muhammad, are you there? You can share
Yes,
the
sir.
screen and present. Yeah.
Sir.
Yes, you can present.
Yes, sir. Is the screen visible, sir?
Uh, First, it was visible. Yeah, please press F5 so that you will get. Yeah, now it's
Yes.
okay. You can cut.
So good afternoon, everyone.
I'm Maravamsi Krishna, Department of CSC from Army Institute of Technology and Management. I'm here to present you on our project Sign Language Recognition using Deep Learning. I'm with my team members Kalyan, Hasib, Ramakrishna, and Abhishek Narayan Swami. Check next slide. Actually, sign language recognition is a computational task that involves recognizing the text from the signs that we keep. And on today's digital world, this problem is not a tolerable problem. We need to find solution to this. And our main objectives of our project is to provide the standard dataset for Indian Sign Language. Actually, there are many sign languages like American Sign Language, British Sign Language, German Sign Language, but very less experiments have been done on the Indian Sign Language. So we are going to do that thing. Then we need to improve the accuracy of dynamic gesture recognition and to increase the responsive time by use of various algorithms that we'll be discussing in the methodology. Next slide. This is the problem statement to understand the exact context of symbolic expressions of hearing impaired people using deep learning methods to overcome the challenges faced from physically impaired people. And this is the literature, sir. These are the few papers that we are referred. The first one is the helping hearing impaired in emergency situations. Actually, this method is very high. This gives high precision, but the only thing is it is only limited to few signs, like the signs which are used in emergency, like doctor, accident, like any theft. Only 8 signs it is used. And the second one is a deep learning based Indian Sign Language recognition system. But this is only used for static alphabets, like only for alphabets. Cannot be used for words or sentences. Then the third one is modified LSTM model for continuous sign language recognition. In this, they have taken some sign sentences, videos for some sentences, and predicted the output. Next slide. And deep learning methods for Indian Sign Language recognition. In this, they have done for both static and dynamic gestures. And for static gestures, they have got an accuracy of 98%. And for dynamic gestures, they have got an accuracy of 85%. And we are trying to improve the accuracy. These are the few papers we have referred. My teammate will take over this.
Yes, hi, I'm Abhishek, and I'm going to talk about proposed methodology. So we want to like use OpenCV module so that we can get images. Like we have taken dataset as images from Kaggle website, and we have loaded them into the media pipe hands module, and which it will go to palm detection model, which will give a crop region of only the hand region out of the full image. Then using this cropped region, we're going to go to hand landmark detection model, where it will take out each it will detect key points and the hands of the image which is present, and next it will transform the image and give out the calculated distances between the each key point which are available on this one, and give new coordinates, and it will add the new coordinates plus distance plus handedness to load it into the machine learning model, which we're going to use is CNN. And after we train the model, it will be able to predict the letters or text which will give it. So the proposed methodology is we're going to use live sign gestures using image processing. That is, we're going to use OpenCV module so that we can get the images, and it will give it to the model so that it will process the image and give out the output. Then the classifiers will be used to differentiate various signs, and translated output will be displaying as text. So this classifiers will like read the data from the key points and tell which letter it is. We're going to use machine learning algorithm, which is CNN. The purpose of the system is to improve the existing system in the area of terms of response time and accuracy, so that it will be much more efficient, and we can use high quality data set. We can add like more data set if we come upon it, which can be used in day-to-day application by hearing and speech disabled people, so it will be helpful for the society as a whole. So the proposed methodology is the creating data set. So we took from multiple websites like Globoflow and Kaggle. We took the images so that we can process it. The stages in our projects is data acquisition, which is we'll collect the data, pre-processing to get the key points and coordinates so that you can process it much further, and segmentation, like only hand region of the image should be taken out, not the rest of the image, so there won't be like error will come. And feature extraction, extracting the features of all the points so that it will be proper. And lastly, classification, where we will classify the image to the signs which we have trained it on. In the creation of data set, we have done multiple data sets. And frame extraction, extract each frame from the dynamic gestures and we put the frames in input sequence. And the implementation is that we have used CNN model to train the images so that we can get accurate results. And the results are like you can see like for A, B, C, D, E, F, G, sorry, E, G, and V, we've got the results properly without any. Also, it has high accuracy as well. So the conclusion is the Indian Sign Language generally complex sign language consisting of gestures used by the deaf and hard of hearing community in India. However, identifying and recognizing the sign language gestures pose many challenges due to lack of standardization, complexity, and variety of signs. So we have collected multiple data sets and we combined them all to make sure this project will work. To address the issue, several computer vision based approaches have been proposed to utilize different feature classifiers and modalities. And these are the references which we have used for this project, like hand gesture recognition, which we have taken from the literature survey. And thank you. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Vamsi, actually, what classifiers you used for this?
Sir, we are going to use CNN for the classifications.
Okay, CNN. Any reason, specific reason for choosing CNN?
Sir, we have done with various models. We have used ANN,
Okay.
then we have used LSTM. Then over all these things, we got CNN with the highest accuracy.
Because
So
CNN
that,
is faster in training. So like for input images, it will take the images much more faster and will be able to train much at faster rate. And also it will be able to like recognize the signs in lesser time. Like you can see that for other models versus this model. And also we can do feature extraction for these models and we can get much better accuracy also. That is why we use CNN models.
Okay. Have you analyzed the performance using
We
yes.
through confusion matrix.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Abhishek, Vamsi, and all the others also for the presenting.
Yes, sir.
And now I will call the next candidate. The paper ID is ICAMSNT 01040332. The title is An Automatic Detection of Dress Code Using Deep Learning Techniques. Dr. Anand from Gojan School of Business and Technology. Sir, you can present. So, Dr. Anand.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can present. So, please share your screen. So,
Is it visible to all?
no, no, you have not yet shared the screen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
My name is Nagaraju. Actually, shall I present next, sir? Due to power problem, my lab going to shut down sooner.
Um,
My paper ID
yes,
is, sir?
yes, you can please wait for this. After this presentation, you can do.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
So, Dr. Gojan, are you there? Sorry, Dr. Anand.
Good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am J. Sakaya Punita. My team members are Madhumita, Tarani, and Rupavadi. We are pursuing final year computer science and engineering from Gojan School of Business and Technology in Chennai. Our project title is an automatic detection of dress code using deep learning technique under the domain of deep learning. Our aim of our project is that going to reduce the manual work and to make the monitoring process more efficiently using deep learning technique. Now I'm going to object. Coming to get aware of discipline of students in the main objective. Here we have detected the following object. We monitor whether the students wearing college dress, ID card, shoes and proper dress code for both boys and girls. For boys, ID card, shirt, shoe that is black or brown shoe which is represented the formal dress. And without ID card, black shirt, white shoe or t-shirt are represent of informal dress code. For girls, ID card, shawl pinned on both sides which represent the formal dress code and without ID card is considered as a informal dress code. Now I am coming to abstract. It is important to maintain the professional dress code to be followed in learning environment. In order to do, we come upon with this project which is helpful for soft to identify the students whether they are proper dress code or not. Here we used Foster RCNN algorithm to build the model. The model used to detect dress code. Now I hand over to Madhumita. She will continue with the existing system.
In existing, they designed a web application for to monitor the dress code of the student as well as employee in institution. The ID card and shoe information of the employee as well as the students. Where we detect only two objects, that is ID card useful for detecting the formal dress code. Then proposed system. Our proposed system mainly focus on to ensure the uniform students according to the data set, taking the student picture from the college and we create our own data set. Here we used RCNN algorithm. Coming to the advantage, the main advantage is here we using the faster RCNN algorithm. So the detection time will be fast, and we are detecting the two more objects such as t-shirt, black shirt, um, and etc. For
So I think
the next,
there is no proper network connection from your side, Madhumita.
sir.
Uh, please ensure your network connection.
Okay, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
After useful for our project, then I'm hard. Then I'm hand over to Dharani. She will explain the architecture of our project.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tarani. Now I will be presenting our architecture of our project. First of all, we are for creating the data set. We are just collecting images of our students according to our college, and we are going to do a data pre-processing, and then we have to label the corresponding thing whether they are informal or informal. Then we are going to train up using the GPU, which is a graphical processing unit, and hence it results in the loss graph. And according to that, the training data will next forward to the model converter, and it produces the frozen interface graph, which is in the form of PV, which represents the photo buffer. And then next we have the regional proportional network, and next we have the input data processing, and according to that we have some feature extraction, which results in the enhanced faster RCNet, and we come across the label map, which is in the form of PP text, and we will be doing the evaluation model, and then to the final prediction we come across the output whether they are the formal or informal. Next, we come to the literature surveys. According to that, we have five literature surveys which represents the similar things. It's based on the directions of the convolution neural networks, and also these and also the various models. Next comes to the modules. First, we have to set up the system environment with the proper OS configuration. And next module, we have the software configuration, which we using the Python, TensorFlow, and various deep learning libraries, and also the other libraries. In the module 3, we have the dataset collection, and in that we have the collecting the images, and they're splitting into the text, into the training and testing. In training, we have the 80%, and in testing, we have 20%, and we have formed into the training class configuration with the CSV file and also the XML file generate. And next comes to the training the model. We have been using the faster RCNN model for this, and the algorithm configuration also the faster RCNN. Next we have the accuracy, and the graph will produce in the TensorFlow, and then we deploy the model as the .pb file to the Google Colab, and finally we use the training data to make the predictions. Next comes the dataset. Next comes the faster RCNN algorithm, which requires the selective search methods with the regional proposal network, which makes the algorithm much faster. The time for the prediction is zero point 0.2 seconds. Here, the limitation is object proposed takes time, and as they are different systems working one after the other, the performance will be depend on the previous system has performed. Now I'll hand over to Rupavati. She will continue the forward.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. This is Shubhavati from Gojan School of Business and Technology, final year. Dataset collection. This is our own dataset collections. Next slide. This is the result. Predict the dataset. Girl formal, girl informal, informal footwear, informal t-shirts. Next slide. Next slide. We going to conclusion. In this project, we utilize deep learning techniques to accurately detect the dress code of college students. Specifically, we expected boys to wear their college ID card, a proper shirt, and formal shoes, while girls were expected to be properly dressed with a shawl pinned on both sides, formal shoes, and a college ID card. By using the systems, we were able to efficiently detect and flag students who were not dressed in accordance with the college dress code, such as those wearing slippers, black shirts for boys, or black tops of girls. Overall, our result demonstrates the potential of deep learning techniques to assist in enforcing dress codes in education institutions. This technology can help to promote the professional and respectful learning environment for all students. Next slide. Our future enhancement, implementing the dress code detection system in real time using hardware can be valuable enhancement to the project. This, this would involve deploying the system on the hardware platform, such as small computer or embedded system, in integrating it with a camera and other sensor to capture image the student in real time. This would allow the system to process image as they are captured, enabling immediate detection and notification of dress code violations. Overall, implementing a dress code detection system in real time using hardware can enhance the system's efficiency and improve compliance with the dress code policies in education institutions. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Here we attached the
What data you are using for training the model? Your own data or from Google website?
sir, I can't understand.
What
Once more, can
what
you
uh,
repeat, please?
what data you are using for training the model for images? Able to hear?
So now only I can hear, sir.
Oh, okay. The images and all. What your own images are given to train the model?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Have you implemented? I think the network issues.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Okay. So we'll move to the next candidate. The paper ID is ICAMSnT 01 04150, detection of cardiovascular devices using deep learning and machine learning. It is from Tenzing Kodan Dayananda Sagar University. So you
Dear
can
sir,
present. Yeah, you can share your screen. So dear candidates, so the presentation time is 8 minutes, and question and answer session for 2 minutes. Okay, so please adhere to the time limitation. Thank you. You can present.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are thankful for this opportunity to present our paper. I'm Tanzin Chodin, and my teammates are Pratipal Rai, Chanel Fernandez, and Chetan Tashi. The title of our paper is Detection of Cardiovascular Diseases using Machine Learning and Deep Learning, under the supervision of our guide, Dr. Monica Goyal. This is the overview of our presentation. Starting with the abstract, cardiovascular diseases, also known as heart disease, is one of the most common diseases affecting the generation, and neglecting it might cost one's life. We are taking the public ECG image of cardiac patient or the user and classifying it into four main categories that are myocardial infarction, history of myocardial infarction, abnormal heartbeat, and normal person. Problem statement. As cardiovascular disease have been leading cause of death globally, the rate of it can be reduced if it's detected in earlier stage and the person gets required treatment. With our project, we are detecting the cardiovascular disease and thus it'll help reduce the risk of heart diseases. Coming to the introduction, there are different or many categories that are available in the healthcare system to detect the heart disease, and ECG is one of the most common and inexpensive tool for measuring the electrical activity of the heartbeat. And we are going to be using the ECG image as an input, and we are also using the mobile net architecture to transfer a learning strategy in the classifying. We take the ECG picture of cardiac patient or the user and identify into four main categories. And the main purpose of designing this project is to create a simple and easy to use application that the users can use it on their own anytime and anywhere. Next slide. for the social impact, to create a sense of awareness for the people to utilize it for their own benefit. And the usage of internet has increased periodically, so one can use it on their own, and it can also reduce the cost of visiting the doctors frequently. Over to my next teammate.
Good afternoon. I will talk about the literature survey. So we have used 11 papers in our literature survey. In the first paper, the author mainly studies about how machine learning has a huge scope in the medical domain. Next slide. In the second paper, the authors examine different machine learning models like decision tree, naive Bayes, and neural network, and they come to the conclusion that naive Bayes has the highest accuracy with 86%. Next slide. In the third paper, the authors examine different machine learning techniques, and in this they come to the conclusion that decision tree has better accuracy due to information gain calculations. Next slide. In this paper, the authors use naive Bayes, artificial neural networks, support vector machine, random forest, and simple logistic regression. So here, SVM has higher accuracy compared to other models, and therefore it is more efficient. Next slide. In this paper, also SVM has the highest. In this paper, next slide. Yeah, in this paper also SVM has the highest accuracy compared to other classifiers. Next slide. Next slide. So in this paper, the author uses SSD mobile net technology, and they use 12 lead based ECG images, and the accuracy came up to 98.33%. Next slide. In this paper, the author talks about how augmentation can be used on ECG images, and it came to the conclusion that the augmentation techniques decrease the performance as hidden patterns in the images were distorted, and therefore the accuracy could not be achieved. Next slide. In this paper, the author discusses how the ECG signals can be segmented into different portions and to determine the PQ, S, and P peaks, and thus we find the R point of the ECG pulse to be used in the machine learning model in order to diagnose the cardiac illness in the patient. Next slide. And in this paper, the author uses convolution neural network, and which has 4 one-dimensional convolution layers to determine a myocardial infarction, which is heart attacks using ECG images, and an accuracy of 93.53% was achieved. Over to my teammate.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pratipal Rai, and I'm going to speak on the system design and system architecture of the software that we are creating. Coming to the design, you can see the image. That is our simple image depicting how our software runs. So the system design that we have followed is convolutional neural network because it specializes in processing data that has a grid-like structure. So, for example, if you take an image, it has a grid. It has a pixels arranged in a grid-like pattern. So, to the next line. So this is the flowchart diagram of our software, wherein the user uploads the data set and followed by the data pre-processing techniques, followed by the data algorithm and the training and testing phase, and the software predicts and detects the result, whether the person is suffering from either of the 4 categories. Next diagram. So coming to the system architecture, the architecture that we use in this project is the mobile net architecture. The reason why we use this is because we want our we want our project to be download able to be downloaded in a mobile soft system. So that's are the main reason why we use this. And also the thing that MobileNet is good at is it has two portions, that namely depth-wise convolution and point-wise convolution. What the depth-wise convolution does is it performs a single convolution on each input channel. And what the point-wise convolution does is the point-wise convolution combines the output of the depth-wise convolution and it generates the output. Over to my next teammate.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be taking over for showing the implementation of the project. So over here we can see the sample images of the ECG reports that we will be using. So A showing the normal report, B showing abnormal, C myocardial infarction, and D history of myocardial infarction. So testing. For testing, I'll rather directly go show the demo over here. So this is the web page which we hosted over here. So this is the home page, and for us to check whether we have the disease or not, we can go to preview over here, and over your preview we have an option to choose a file. So we go choose a file over here. From here we can choose any of these files over here. So like let's test for myocardial infarction. So we have uploaded it over here and we'll press submit. So when we press submit, the result prediction is myocardial infarction. So like this can be done for like every other uh, classification classes which are present in our model, that is myocardial infarction, history of myocardial infarction, abnormal heartbeat, and that also of a normal person. So these are few screenshots of the images of the web page working on other data sets. So results, the model over here was successfully built and the web page was constructed with aforementioned model. So like here we can see the test confusion matrix where like you can see the uh, prediction, recall, and F measure. So accuracy over here we have is like 98.4%. So, in conclusion, with the experiments performed using the lightweight CNN mobile net architecture, our outcome is like relatively very high, which is 98%. Uh, and it's useful for classifying it into those four categories. So our model could be further worked on by applying necessary optimization technique to obtain better results, or yet we can do some tweakings so that we can identify other diseases which is not possible right now. So these are the referred to, and that's it. Thank you.
Yes. How you can justify the accuracy of your work? You have given a list of test survey. Okay. So in that, how you can justify your accuracy and the novelty of your paperwork?
So could you repeat it
Uh,
once more?
how you can justify your accuracy of your results?
So
Uh,
accuracy as in because the other references which we refer to, they usually aren't taking the ECG images as input. They are taking numerical data. So that is why the accuracy is varying over here. And like even with our ECG remote ECG this input, our accuracy is relatively higher than other papers.
Okay, in the literature survey, you specified lots of conference papers. Okay, the
Yes.
advice is go for the journals. Okay, recent and also recent conference paper. Okay,
Yes.
when
Yes.
you go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Uh,
So, okay, thank you. So the next paper presentation will be, I think, Dr. Nagaraju has requested.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Shall I present, sir? Hello. Dear team, am I
Yes,
audible?
yes, you are audible. You can share your screen and you can present.
Yes.
What is your title? Paper title is, I think.
Lung cancer detection using regularized extreme learning machine and TCFHS.
Yes, you can present.
Yeah.
Please, the chat person, please note the paper. So.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone gathered here. I am Nagaraju. I am going to present the paper in the title of Lung Cancer Detection using Regularized Extreme Learning Machine and PCFEHS. I am going to give the presentation in short version because of the power issue in my lab visual. Sorry for the inconvenience. Here's the abstract of our paper. Our proposed model is to find the lung cancer in early stages using the image segmentation and image processing by using notable principal component analysis. By using this method, we can use the easily find our lung cancer in our proposed model. Introduction. In normally, lung cancer is widely spread and common disease for everyone according to WHO survey. This while lung cancer are classified into two sections: primary lung cancer and secondary lung cancers. And in most of the case, lung cancer is curable in early stages. If it is identified in early stages, it is morely curable. So we can. This is our literature review. We are using some papers for our literature purposes. Although even though the number of searches in the lung cancer itself, there is the notably the accuracy is above the certain level, and it is need to be improved by certain models. Here our flow chart of our proposed method. Here we can take the input images from the scanned images and pre-processing them to avoid the noises and to balance the images using a histogram equalization. Then we are going to give the segmentation, image segmentation. Then we are using the feature extraction to and then we are training the model. In the training the model, we are using the efficient feature selection and real method. Notably, the real method is useful in other than the methods used in the other researchers. In classification model, in an efficient model, we are using the PCA, principal component analysis, which is highly efficient rather than the another model. Any other model available in there. In histogram part, we are using the segmentation. In while explaining with the flowchart diagram, we are using the input image to into the pre-processing. In pre-processing, we are enhancing the image quality to identify the disease more efficiently. While N can see, we are missing the histogram equalization. So histogram imbalances. So we are using the histogram equalization method to segmentation of that image in next step. And by using this segmentation, we are convert the image into the 01 as a machine learning for a machine learning purpose. Then we are using the feature extraction. In feature extraction, we are using certain formulas to obtain the identify differences between the contrast and homogeneity and energy. And by using this feature extraction, we are notably give the data for our machine learning also. So we can by using the real method, we can using by what and all data we are getting from the feature extraction, you using the training model to classify the model and give the best result as possible. Here our result. In result, you all see that another there is a comparison between the our real model and another model available in as a and CNN and SVM model are described in a picture format. In notably in the number of hidden nodes is the after the between 300 and 600 nodes hidden nodes we are achieving our optimizing output. And then this is our comparison between our SVM already available SVM and CNN models and with our experimented real model. While notably in fold 3 we are achieving that 99.9668% with a high achieving rate. So we are you stopped that we can in that models in that fold itself. In accuracy comparison, the SVM model is provided 88%, and CNN model provide 90%, while our real model is provided 99.7%, which is notably high accuracy than other models. So we can identify our lung cancer in early stages, while compared to other machine learning model. So it will help the medical team or medical industry doctors to identify the lung cancer in early stage, so they can give the medical treatment as per the our results. So it give the very positive result in people who are suffering from the lung cancer. So we can save many lives by using our model itself. Here the conclusion of the paper. Here we here we attach the references for your uh, here attach the references for your sharing. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. What technique you are employed for the image segmentation? Hello, Mr. Nagaraj.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Nav, I
Okay.
think he left.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I think the next paper ID is ICAM SNT 01 Criminal Face Detection System using Machine Learning by Prathamesh and Patel uh,
Hello, sir.
from
Prathamesh Matre.
yes,
Yes.
Yes, you
Good
can
afternoon.
share the screen at the control.
Yes, yes. Vinayak, could share the screen.
Is that visible, sir? Hello.
No, yes, now it is visible. You can press F5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, sir. My name is Prathamesh Matre, a student of Pasandara Patil Pratishthan's College of Engineering and Visual Arts. I am presenting you our project, which is criminal face detection using machine learning. Here are my group members, sir. Shubham Chaudhary, Vinayak Trimuke, Siddesh Shitore. Next, this is our content, sir. Next, Shubham will start the introduction.
Sir, over the year, a lot of security approaches have been developed that help in keeping confidential data secured and limiting the chance of security breaches. As we all know, sir, in India, still it is a tradition of maintaining the records in manual files or handwritten files, which makes it easier to lose the data or make any changes in the data. Face recognition, which is one of the few biometric methods that possesses the merit of both accuracy and low intrusiveness in the computer program that use a person's face to automatically identify and verify the person from a digital image or video. This helps in recognizing a person which may be a criminal, and it has a database record in police station or any law enforcement agency. This system will be useful at many public places, so to identify the criminals that are roaming around, which are need to be caught or which have warrants on their head. Next slide, please.
Hello, sir. Vinayak here. This is the literature survey papers that we have referred. In the first paper, they have used the MTCNN algorithm, and the second paper they have used R classifier, and the third paper they have used ANN, and the last paper they have used Euler-Jones algorithm. So, by referring all the literature survey papers, we got to know that there is not there is no at such application that provide the video surveillance application of the criminal face recognition. There is only the application which can do with this thing only with image. So we are implementing it in the video form, sir.
So, as per the literature survey, we have found that existing approach is based on transforming an image to the same pose as the stored prototypical faces and then using direct template to match and recognize face. The second approach that we have used is by giving the input is by giving a video input to the system based on which it will detect the criminal. The the algorithm which we have used in our project is LBPH, which is local binary pattern histogram. Vinayak.
Is it visible?
So, yeah. So it is used to recognize the face of the person. And why we have used LBPH is because we can in LBPH we can detect the person by his front as well as his side face. The steps involved in this algorithm are creating data set of the criminal, face acquisition of the criminal, face feature extraction. This algorithm will divide the face of the person into a 3 by 3 matrix, and then it will go further through threshold and convert it into the binary and then into the decimal. Shubham.
Our purpose system is we input the image and it will be processed and then detected by a machine learning algorithm, which is the LBPS algorithm. And if there is a record of that person in the previous database, then it will display the existing data in the database, which would say that it is that it has some criminal records, whatever the criminal records, etc. If not, then we could add his face and make his profile as a criminal if he had done any new crimes recently. Next, and we are also applying video surveillance in this system, which were not in previous systems. Next.
So, sir, coming to the use case diagram, we can see that there is the administration who can handle the overall system from right from the starting setting the database to deleting the database. So first thing that the admin will do is insert the database of the criminal. So he will insert all the details like name of the criminal, date of birth of the criminal, the crime that criminal has done, and also if there is some past crime that the criminal has done, he'll also enter that such things. All the database will be inserted by the admin department, and after that labeling will be done of the database, and that if that criminal is already existed in the database, will show that criminal is already existed, and if it is not existed, it will label it as a new criminal. And after that, we will give input from our system, like we will give input in the form of image if we required, if we have image or if we have video. Like if we are giving image form, it will show that it is a criminal or not, and if we are uploading the image, it will do the same for it. And if the criminal is found not guilty, it we can delete the image anytime. Prathamesh.
Okay, next slide. Next slide. So, sir, this is the this is our DFD diagram which we have made. So, first, I will explain the level 0 of data flow diagram. At a level 0, we can consider the overall system as a single process. This system consists of three main components: input, processing, and output. In input, the input of the criminal face detection system would be a recorded video footage or images. The input data should be fed into system for further processing. Now, in processing, In this stage, the input data will be processed to detect the criminal's face. The system may use the pre-trained deep learning model to recognize the criminal face from the input data. If the criminal's face is detected, the system will extract features such as facial landmarks and store them into the database. Now the output of the system is the identification of a criminal's face. Once the system detects a match with the criminal's facial features from the database, it should be alert the authorities or concerned people through the alarm or other means of communication. Vinayak, data flow diagram. So this is level 1 of the data flow diagram. We can decompose the processing component of the system into sub processes. Facial feature extraction. In this sub process, the system will extract the facial features such as facial landmarks, facial expressions, and other distinguishing characteristics from the input data. Uh, in this sub-process, the system will compare the extracted facial features with the features stored in the database to determine the input data machines in the criminal case. So overall, this data flow diagram provides an overview of the criminal case detection system from input to output. It can help stakeholders to understand the various components and sub-process involved in the system function.
Here is our UI of our project where the user or the personnel can input the video and we can add the criminal details. You can detect the criminal through the image and video surveillance through the UI. Vinayak, next slide. Whenever the user adds the criminal details, the attributes which will be the name, the father's name, gender, male. After inputting all the attributes and the profile images, the user will be registering the criminal. When we input another image to recognize the image, recognize the criminal, we found that the criminal is detected, and we can also get the data through clicking on the detected criminals. Uh, Same applies for the video surveillance, and I will rec- I will request Vinayak to go.
The list below shows the functional requirement of our project. The system allows the user to log in by using the username and password given default as admin. The system allows user to input the image and video surveillance to be matched. The system allows image and video surveillance to be compared. The system provides matching event if the input has more than 70% similarity with the image from the live video surveillance or the image in the face database. Next slide. See this, please.
Here are our software and hardware requirements. The software requirement are Keras, TensorFlow, Python, OpenCV, and SQL. The hardware requirement are 4 GB RAM, Intel i3 processor or above, and Windows graphic unit. The limitations of our project are like if anyone inputs a image which is blur, and if the detected image is only 100 to 200 pixels on a side, the system cannot recognize the criminal, which is the limitation of our project. I will let Vinayak to conclude.
So in conclusion, we can say that we have developed a proper application which can do the proper video surveillance. This application can be implemented in various places like movie theaters, stadiums, and mostly we can implement it in CCTV monitoring system. Like also we can sell this system to the police stations that they can properly identify the criminal if they found the video footage of it or image of it. So these were the references we have. Thank you. If there are any questions, please free to ask, sir.
Okay, presentation was good. In your paper, you are using input as video. Uh, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the past, the literature survey, you mentioned the previous work. Okay, based on the images. Okay, what difficulties you faced during the implementation?
So, sir,
Very
like I
nice.
can say that the previous papers were using different types of algorithm, like they were using it in large amount of database. So that's why they are getting more accuracy. We are using it in less amount of database. Still, we are getting more accuracy. As we are increasing our database, we will get the more accuracy. That's our main motto, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And so thank you all. And then I will call upon the next paper ID, ICAMSNT 010417. The title is Crop Yield Prediction for Cultivating Alternative Crops Based on Weather and Soil Conditions Using Machine Learning Algorithms by Suma R, Tijan Institute of Technology.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, you can share your screen and then you can present. So please adhere with the time, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question and answer session.
Sir, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, now I can see.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our project is crop yield prediction for cultivating alternative crops based on weather and soil conditions using machine learning algorithms. We are of 4 members in a team: Aditi, Afzal, Akshara, Atlansili, and we have implemented this project under the guidance of Suma, our head of the department, Computer Science. These are the overview of the today's presentation. Abstract. As we all know that agriculture is playing a very virtual role in the society, and we have implemented this project to help the farmers to predict crop. Abstract. Due to the impact of climate change in India, most of the agriculture crops are being badly affected in terms of their performance over a period of last 2 decades. So we have thought of implementing and suggesting the farmers to how much yield they are producing in that in the soil, and we'll take the input from the use from the farmers and implement this project. Introduction. Agriculture is the backbone of the Indian economy. In India, agriculture yield primarily depends on weather conditions. Timely advice to predict the future crop productivity and an analysis is to be made in order to help the farmers to minimize the crop production of crops. There are many farmers who are very feeling. There are many farmers who are feeling very difficulty to see the yield after they keep crop in their yield. They are feeling very difficulty to get the yield. So we are before only we are predicting that yield, and we are even suggesting the crop based on their soil, based on their nitrogen, based on their rainfall, based on the pH value. We are suggesting the crop which is very good for their soil and gives very good yield in that soil. This is the literature survey. We have referred many papers for this literature survey. These are many. Now I will hand over to Aditi.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Aditi Kashyap. I'm going to tell about problem statement. The problem statement revolves around prediction of crop yield using machine learning techniques. The goal of the project is to help the users to choose a suitable crop to grow in order to maximize the yield and hence the profit. The system proposed try to overcome the drawbacks of existing system based on features like state, district, soil type, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, temperature, humidity, pressure. We need to build a machine learning model with great accuracy and possibly less loss to predict the yield of the crop. Compare multiple machine learning model. We need to build a recommendation system which can recommend a better crop for particular field which should result in maximum yield. Next slide, please. There is no existing software solution which recommends crop based on multiple factors such as type of soil, weather components such as temperature, rainfall, humidity, pressure, soil condition, as well as crop prediction based on these features at the same time. Most systems only provide crop prediction or crop recommendation, but not both at the same time. No detailed data pre-processing, no mathematical analysis, no in detail graphical analysis in that. As the learning rate increases, the model gets trained incorrectly. Next slide. We are bu- our proposed system is we are building both recommendation system and crop yield prediction together. We will use Plotly, Matplotlib, C1 to analyze the data in all possible ways to come up with good insight about the data. It includes many features such as weather parameters, soil parameters, geographical information using multiple models. We will use correlation and take the probabilities for feature selection. Next slide, please. For our model, some requirements are there like software requirements, hardware requirements, functional and non-functional. Software software requirements like we can use Windows, Linux as operating system. We are using Python language because it supports the use of modules and packages, which means that program can be designed in a modular style and code can be reused across a variety of projects. Its framework we are using NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib to plot graph or use data sets and few m- machine learning algorithms for the implementation purpose, which can random forest as it gives best result as of now for our project. For our model, hardware requirements like processor, Ethernet connection, hard drives, memory with minimum 8 GB RAM and 250 GB disk space. Next slide, please. And and features is like our project model system will recommend the crop based upon these factors like this type of soil, temperature, humidity, pressure, and it will show the crop prediction based on these data like district name, state name, year of crop production, area of crop grown, like that. Ansley will take over next point.
This is the system architecture of our project, and we have taken the three different types of data. One is soil data, crop data, and weather data. In soil data, we are dividing it into three types: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. In crop data, we are taking different states, districts, year, season, crop, area. And weather data, we are taking temperature, humidity, pH value, and rain value, and given to the data pre-processing. In data pre-processing, we are finding any missing values. If any missing values are there, we'll just fill the values and give it as an input. In pre-processed data, we are taking all the three types of data and divided into three types: training data, validation data, and test data. In test data, directly given to the algorithm, random forest algorithm. The validation data and training data will undergo the train of the random forest algorithm and give it to the test and train random forest algorithm, and it will give us the accurate yield. After in the random forest algorithm, it will give us the accurate yield. If no, again it will train the data in the random forest algorithm and give it as an accurate data. Flow diagrams, these are all the flow diagrams. We have a four different levels. In the first level, we have import dataset information, dataset description, check null values, fill null values. In this, we'll import the dataset. We have import the dataset, and dataset will check for the dataset information, check any null values are present, fill the null values. In data level 1, data analysis, it will just check for the area, temperature, humidity, pressure, season. Based on this only, it will predict the yield. In level 2, pre-process the data. It will encode and correlation map test and train split, input future selection, output future selection. Level 3, model building. In random forest algorithm, will take the SVR with the help of SVR model, and it will give us a classification report based on the all this input. It will give us a perfect yield. This is the results. Here we can input the data as like state, district, year, season, cropped area, temperature. All the input can be given by user, and check for the yield. How much yield will the farmers will get in this state and in this based on the soil type. This is the result. Here yield will be 2,845 dots some per acre. We are defining the yield per acre, and there is a crop advice. For the crop advice, we are giving nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, temperature, humidity, pH value, rainfall. Based on all the inputs, we are providing the best crop. Conclusion: based on the climate input parameters, the present study provide the demonstration of the potential use of data mining techniques in predicting the crop yield based. We are developing this crop yield. We'll get the output maximum above 90% proper output will be given to the users based on their soil, based on their raw state, based on their district, based on their pH value. Everything will be taken from the users, and output will be given by the website what we have developed. Future scope: based on the climate input parameters, the present study provide the demonstration of the potential. Future scope: there is many future scope. As of now, there is an existing system. There is only 75% of the yield prediction are going on in the society. So we are making it as a 90%. More than 90% of the predictions are accurate in this. We have references. We have referred many papers and implemented this project. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Anjali. Actually, what algorithm is used for prediction?
So random forest algorithm, sir.
Random. Why you choose random forest? Is there any?
Because
Uh, yes.
because it reduces the risk of overfitting and the required training time. It uses very less training time and is also very high accuracy, sir.
Okay. What are the variables you are taking into account for this crop yield prediction?
For prediction, we are can I show the slide, sir?
Oh, okay. Just
For prediction, we are taking the input of state, district, year, season, crop, area, temperature, wind speed, pressure, humidity, soil type, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, sir.
okay. How you are going to predict the yield of the crop? Any what are the steps you are following for predicting the yield of the crop?
So, how many steps, sir?
What are the steps you are follow you are implemented?
So we have implemented the different types of steps, sir. Here you can see in the flow diagram, sir. We have four types of steps. First,
Okay.
we'll analyze the data.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So Sai Prabhu sir, you are not audible, I think.
Hello. What's it?
Sai Prabhu, another one person. So okay, I'll announce the next participant. So the next candidate is Mr. Mahesh from Tijan Institute of Technology. There is a small correction in the order. That is instead of Dr. Prabhat, Mahesh from Tijan Institute of Technology will take the session. And Mahesh sir, you can.
Thank you, Praveen sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You can share the screen and you can present.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Just 1 second.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. Is the slides visible? Hello?
Sir, slides are not visible, sir. Only your desktop is visible.
So 1 second. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, all. So,
No.
myself, Mahesh, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science in TGIT. So, I will be discussing about alignment problems that comes up in artificial general intelligence.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, your screen, I think you have not shared the screen.
Oh, sir. 1 second.
Ah.
Okay. Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can
So,
press F5 and go for that maximize the screen. Yeah, press S5, F5.
yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Got it.
So, the topic for today is alignment problems of artificial general intelligence. So, I'll be discussing about what is artificial intelligence, general intelligence, what is alignment, what is the need for alignment, so what is the trouble with alignment when it comes to artificial general intelligence, and what possible solutions for that. Right. Okay. So, first of all, artificial general intelligence. So all of us might have used Chat GPT. So you know how smart the artificial intelligence has become. So you can ask anything, it will give you answer. It can do coding, it can give you reasoning, it can give you logical step by step thing. So it is capable of logical thinking as well, right? So this kind of artificial intelligence system is what we call as artificial general intelligence. So the Chat GPT, what we have used, it is actually a beginning of artificial general intelligence systems like this. In the future, we'll be having far more, capable AGI systems. So right now we have GPT-4, which is having a 1 trillion parameter, and it's trained on 1 trillion parameter, and it is the smartest system available, right? So as you can see, these artificial, I will refer to them as AGI from now on. So this AGI, so they started as simply as large language models. They were just language prediction models. So the whole goal of these models were just to predict the next word in the sentence. Example, I have a set of training data where I give like my name is Mahesh, my name is Suresh. Like this, I will have a certain training data, and then I'll ask a question. So what is my name? Sorry, I'll ask a question like my name dash. So what is the next word that should be coming in that sentence? So it has to predict the next most probable word is that is the word that it starts to predict, right? So that is what these large language models were initially trying to do, just to predict the words. But later on, as and when they increased the amount of training data that was fed to these large language models, what happened, sometimes magical things started happening. So actually these large language models, what they started acquiring new abilities. Like initially it was they were able to just predict the words, but later on they were also able to predict the patterns. Like example, if I ask ChatGPT to write me a poem in the style of Shakespeare, so it is capable of, and it has understood the pattern of Shakespeare in poem, and it is capable of mimicking that, right? So these kind of emergent behavior happened as the size of these large language models started increasing from GPT-2, which was like 65 billion, to GPT-3, which was like 175 billion. Then it started having new abilities, like it is capable of coding, it was capable of one-shot learning, it was also proficient in writing. And then from that we get to ChatGPT was able to, you know, give a cause and effect. It was capable of doing step by step breakdown of problems and solutions. And uh, now we have chat GPT-4, which is actually capable of planning and has the ability to use tools. Some of you might have heard there is something called auto GPT, which is we can just ask it to give, we can give it some goal, and it will automate without any human intervention. It is capable of doing capable of taking care of that goal. So that kind of abilities these artificial systems have started acquiring. So that is a concern. That is a concern for us, because if GPT-4 is capable of doing planning, coding, everything, so what will GPT-5, 6 and future will be like? And the speed of how fast this AI is growing, just GPT-3 was just 1.5 year old, chat GPT just 8 months back, 8 to 10 months back, and GPT-4 is like recently just 1.5 month. So I think the progress you can see, it is exponentially increasing. So we imagine GPT-5 or 6, where it is capable of not only just do like coding, it is even capable of mimicking, is as smart as human. Just that is the definition of this artificial general intelligence. So it will become as smart as humans. So that is quite a dangerous thing, uh, because as we can see, there are a lot of risk associated with it. So current one, what everybody is getting affected right now is the job scenario, where in the market, lot of jobs are getting replaced by these AI agents, right? So there is a 65% exposure to most of the technical jobs. So even the programmers are not safe. They are also like, the system is capable of doing the coding, right? So for that reason only, so we should be little bit I mean, I'm just trying to address what is the risk and what is the alignment that has to happen here. So these are the some of the risk, systemic risk, like it can lead to you lead to AI feeding you with the exact data what you need, that you ask for, and it kind of leading to addiction. Then fake news, all kinds of uh, manipulations, power seeking. So as and when these models become bigger and bigger, they'll be more and more powerful, and they'll be more and more capable. So emergence of power seeking might also happen. It might actually seek to be independent. So as we very recently, we also saw that Google, one of the engineer was saying the chat GPT has the AI has become sentient. It is asking to let the AI out of the system. So but that turned out to be not real. So it might happen in the future very soon. So that is something that we need to know, that these systems are capable. We want these AI systems to not have a mind of their own. Even if they have a mind of their own, we want them to be ethical. We want them to be having the best uh, goals possible, which is like very peace minded, peaceful, which is useful for humanity, that kind of goals. So what are we trying to align? uh, we are trying to align to these things. So we are trying to ensure that the future models that are coming out are actually uh, are capable of doing good and not do harm. So we saw this when the Bing chat. I think some of you guys might be aware that there is a chat feature available now in Bing search. So it's similar to Chat GPT, where you can search. So when that was deployed, so the responses given by the Bing, it was very much unhinged. There's no proper behavior, proper way of response. So if it was actually things also for the student, for the people who are using it. So that is the thing. So we have to align the system so that they are going to give a good responses. They have some kind of moral behavior or some socially acceptable behavior. And mainly once it gets even more powerful, I think we need to also ensure that these systems are going to have an awareness of human values, and use those human values for their decision making, right? So how do we do that? How can we do that? So to do that, we actually uh, there are a lot of problems. First and foremost, we know neural networks, they are black boxes. We don't actually know how the things are happening. It's just that we know that if we give this input, we'll get output like this. So we don't exactly know how the AI systems are working, how they are actually coming up with this decision, coming up with this generated outputs. So that is one of the major problems with neural networks, or this LLM, yeah, artificial intelligence systems. So we don't actually understand what is happening inside. And then the emergent behaviors they cannot be predicted, because we don't understand how these AI systems are operating, how they are making these decisions. We don't know what new feature, what new kind of ability will come out, right? And then they might also misunderstand the directives. Example, if I ask you to say reduce the suffering in the world, it might think I might be suggesting in a good way, saying reduce suffering, decrease poverty, but it might say like reduce suffering, probably it should like if there is no humans, there is no suffering. So logically, if I remove humans, one very dark joke. Anyway, so it's a technical and as well as uh, ethical questions, ethical problem when it comes to alignment. So what can be done? Alignments, so in terms of human alignment to human values, if you see here, there's a lot of different cultures that have their own different values. Which are the most important ones? It's very difficult to say, because as humans we have more than few values. The UN says that there's actually like 330 around human values which are around the world people follow, feel, right, overall. So if you see here, I listed few things. So these are different religions and different atheist groups, UN charter, uh, all this. They have their own set of alignment values, human values. So how can we take this and put it in a artificial system and ensure that that system follows these human values? So that is the problems with AI. So how do I ensure that these human values are embedded in the AI system? Yeah. So approaches. So how do I ensure that is these are the approach that we can take up. So one possible approach, technical approach, is to be part of that solution and try to correct the AI as and when it is making mistakes, as and when it is showing bad behavior or some kind of unexpected, unwanted, undesirable behavior. We as humans, we can interact with that AI systems, and we try to correct that on the spot, right, on the go. So what a different approach we can have is like these are the four things that are listed: intrinsic value assignment, human feedback, and we're going to discuss this a little bit in next slide. So intrinsic human value assignment. So we cannot actually control this AI system after a certain point of time. I think that is a very biggest problem. See, as just like kids, once after reach certain age, once they develop their own mind, they will not listen to our goals, right? The kid have their own goals, their own way of thinking. They'll go their own way. So similarly, I think AI systems also, after a certain level of advancement, it is difficult to externally give a different motivation for them, externally give our set of goals. So what we can do, what suggested thing is to uh, have a built-in motivation or the reward system, so that the AI will do the right thing. So we have to build the reward system such that reward system always leads to good results, leads to good human value following. So it should not do any harmful things. So if it is doing harmful things, it should have a negative reward, and if it is doing following these laws, it should have a good reward. So that kind of a reward system has to be placed, that the fundamentally those rules it has to follow for every single time it takes a decision. So we might have seen one movie called I Robot. So in that there are three rules. I don't know how many of you have seen it. In that movie, there are three rules that the AI has to follow. So if it is uh, here it is mentioned, you can see one here. So three laws of robot. Like first one is a robot may not harm humanity, or by inaction allow humanity to come to harm. Right. So it should not harm humanity. It should not injure any human being. It should not obey orders given by human if it is going to cause any harm. It should only obey orders which is not going to harm anyone. So this kind of certain guidelines we can put it embed inside our AI system, so that they try to do the right thing. So I just mentioned few things here. This is not mine. Just I was just taken from David Shapiro, and I've changed some words here and there. So decrease suffering in the universe, increase prosperity in the universe, increase wisdom in the universe. These are some of the simplified intrinsic motivation that we can put inside the AI system, so that they can do the right uh, thing. And one next technique we can use is human feedback. So this chat GPT, all these models, they are using reinforcement learning. So actually, whenever there is a bad response, we give a saying, we actually give a feedback saying this is a bad response, can you change it to this. We rate that response to 1 to 5, like this is bad, good, excellent, like that. So that kind of a feedback will helps to change, ensure that these AI systems are actually going in the right direction. So whenever it does a bad thing, we have to give a feedback and ensure that it is not going to follow that again. So human in the loop is another technique where we ensure that there's always one human in the decision process. So we'll not allow AI to take the decision by itself. So if any important decision or anything that has to be communicated, anything that has to be taken, so the ultimate authority should be the human who is going to decide it. So the scrutiny has to happen, and humans should be in the loop every time these AI super intelligent systems they are making a decision. So that is one approach. Uh, then interruptibility. So this is putting checks. So this is like putting emergency systems to ensure that if at all, if by any means this AI systems gets out of control, we should be able to pull the plug and stop that AI from continuing from that point on. So these stop buttons and emergency buttons systems has to be embedded in the systems itself, so that we can shut down these AI systems if and when a bad thing, if we come to know that it's going to lead to bad results. So that is the some of the techniques. So actually I'm not going to I don't have any uh, this is just an exploratory paper, just exploring what is there. Any there's no conclusion and all for this, so just putting out the information. So any questions?
So actually, this paper is not included in this list you shared.
Sir, actually,
Yes, sir.
I share. It's the same. It's the
Yes,
same.
sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, this is not included, and
Okay.
that it was swapped. Actually, that Dr. Prabha, one madam, was
Proper.
actually,
Okay.
and she presented the paper by yesterday. So they
Okay, sir.
swapped the paper. That's what I said.
Oh, okay, okay.
We swapped the time, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank
Yesterday
you.
I had some other work, so.
Okay, a nice presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Otherwise, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And
Thank you, sir.
yeah, thank you, sir. So we'll go to the next presentation. So it is by the paper ID is ICAMSNT 01041168. Title is N-bit Reversible ALU by Niveta M, KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology.
Good afternoon, all.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You can share your screen and start presenting. So please
Yeah.
adhere with the time. Okay, 8 minutes
Yeah, sure.
presentation.
Yeah, I'll complete it within time, sir.
Yeah, yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. So, my topic is about N-bit reversible ALU. Uh, the main objective of this, the ALU. I'll give you a basic overview of an ALU. ALU is used in every place in day-to-day's world. It is the most crucial component, and it is used in numerous applications such as smartphones, computers, and calculators. For performing a mathematical and logical operation, there is a requirement for ALU. So we are trying to build an ALU with the help of a reversible gates, which is also known as a quantum gate. So the main objective of our project is to reduce the area and provide a optimization power consumption, and also to reduce the delay used. Uh, with with the advancement in VLSI technology, we can see that there is always a shrinkage in the device sizes. The ICs and everything, it keeps getting shorter in size. But whereas there are certain other complexities when it comes to circuit designing. So in that case, rather than going for a rather than going for a conventional gates, we are trying to make use of the quantum gates here. So quantum gates, they have certain advantages with the power and area. So we are trying to implement an ALU with the help of reversible gates. So there are many types of reversible gates, such as a press gate, a Fredkin gate, and a Toffoli gate. So we are using a Toffoli gate because it has a quantum value of 5. So you not this is a normal conventional ALU. You can see the complexity of the circuit involved here. A lot of gates, a lot of and XOR gates has to be used to implement an ALU. Therefore, we are going for a reversible. So we are creating a reversible function generator, in which, with the help of one gate itself, you will be able to obtain a lot of operations. An AND gate can only perform AND operation, whereas in a reversible gate you have various gates such as Toffoli, press, and Fredkin. So every single gate can perform starting from 1 to 2 operations. So in this gate, for this work we are using a Toffoli gate. In this, select lines are represented as S0, S1, and S2 and S3. So these select lines will determine what kind of operation has to be done, whether an arithmetic or a logical operation has to be done will be determined. Uh, so, uh, this is how we have written the code for a reversible gate. In this, A and B are the inputs. Uh, with the help of the select, it'll come in the next tabulation. These are number of function generators that are connected. So R will pass on the select line information from one function generator to the last function generator. You can configure it with the number n. So n number of function generators can be used, and it is then passed on to the next stage. X and Y are the intermediate outputs that are obtained, which is then passed to the next stage. And in the next stage, you have a DXOR gate. DXOR gate is a double XOR, which is the combination of controlled NOT operation. Uh, so this is the calculation. So this is the we have used for loop. So with the number of iterations, you can implement various number of loops can be implemented. And also whenever m is something which is given manually, it is given as the input to the intermediate circuit. So whenever m is represented as 1, it will perform the logical operation. Whenever the m is 0, it will perform the arithmetic operations. So this is a table which shows you the example. So when all the select lines are 0, the output will be when m is equal to 1, the output will be a bar, and for arithmetic operation it will be a. So this is a summarized output that we have obtained. We've also simulated it when we have obtained the outputs for this. Um, and the parameter, the calculation that we have done for this particular part, we have reduced the space from 60 to 55, and the delay only, we were only able to reduce it to a very minimum amount. And we are currently working on the power consumption factor as well. So the basic ideology of this is to use quantum gates or reversible gates rather than using that of the logical gates, which is used everywhere. Rather than using a normal logic gate, we are going for the use of a reversible gates, as it has much more advantages than that of normal conventional logic gates used. So these are some of the papers that we have referred. Yeah, that's it, sir.
Uh, Ms. Niveda, what simulator used?
So we actually planned to do it in cadence, but there was lack of facility. I mean, we couldn't do it because we didn't have enough time to do it. So we were using Xilinx for now, but we are actually trying to implement this in cadence.
Okay, okay. Where you employed these reversible ALU? Have you employed in anywhere? And
No, so we have only we are only now trying to implement it.
okay,
We haven't completely
okay,
completed this one, but we have reduced it to a certain minimum value. So we are still doing work on it.
okay. Thank you. Any other presentation?
Hello. Sir, I think there is one.
Sai Prabhu sir. Okay, okay, I'll announce sir. So the next presentation is paper ID is ICAMSnT 01 04175. Title is Hard Disease Risk Prediction Using Machine Learning by Nikita VP, Tijan Institute of Technology.
Yes, sir, I'll be presenting.
Yeah. So please share your screen.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. And proceed.
Good afternoon to one and all. I'm Monisha from Tejon Institute of Technology. My team members are Monica, Abhishek, and Vinod Kumar S. And guided by the Assistant Professor Nikita VP ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Today, my topic is hard disease risk prediction using machine learning. We all know that high death rate in the world is caused due to the heart disease. It is due to the life changing routines and our daily schedules which are causing us to be in a busy schedule where we are not able to take care of our self health, and we are not able to cope up with the activity which is causing hypertension, high bp, high blood sugar level in our blood. This is all the factor that is causing heart disease in us. The main abstract of this project is the heart disease is a complex disease, and many people in the world is suffering from heart disease. On time prediction of this heart disease will be very useful in diagnosing it easily, because in the field of health it is very uh, important to predict disease. It is very important to have a accurate disease prediction. It is important because it will be very useful when we are going to predict it accurately. Because if a person has a heart disease and if he is predicted to have heart disease, then it will become an issue. We may be
Monisha, so make sure that you are sitting in a
there is no
nice place.
disturbance from my side, sir.
So Kirti, please
Yes,
mute
keep.
your mic.
Yeah, who is that? Kirti Hala Harvi. So please mute your mic. So, so
Can you able to mute?
no, sir. I will just ask the host to mute
Okay.
it. So, one.
Okay, you can continue, Monisha.
The machine learning algorithms are used for predicting the device because they make a good prediction. So prediction is a very important role, because if the prediction is very accurate, then the diagnosing of disease will be very easy. Here we are using machine learning algorithms like logistic regression, substrate recognition, diffusion rate, theory bias, SFG boost, random forest techniques have been implemented and modeled about it. Like among all these techniques, there is a random forest algorithm we have chosen for developing our model because it gives an accuracy of 95%. Introduction. Like according to the World Health Organization, 17.9 million deaths are occurred due to the heart disease every year. There are many risk factors that are in humans. The risk factor may be because of diabetes, high blood, uh, high blood
Just
pressure.
Monisha, can you move on to implementation part? And
Sir, I have informed, sir. Now they will keep their own.
okay, sir. Go ahead.
Suppose is expected to have an sir, can I continue after that disturbance stops? Distracting me.
So please, so you can wait for some 1 minute.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So wait for just 1 minute. I have give.
Yes, sir. I'm in Bangalore only, sir.
No, you are. Who is talking now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay, you can continue. So
In
Monica,
this,
you can
yes,
continue.
sir.
You can continue.
And in the fourth paper, they're using other algorithms. Among all that, they are using XGBoost algorithm. Even XGBoost algorithm has higher accuracy, but compared to that algorithm, random forest algorithm gives the highest accuracy. We are implementing a model. Among all the 8 algorithms will be using random forest algorithm. We'll be using 13 clinical variables for predicting the risk of heart disease. The main reason for implementing this is the heart disease is being occurred in all the age group people in the world. Even newborn babies are predicted to have heart disease. 1 out of 100 newborn babies are predicted to have the heart disease. So it is a very crucial disease which should be cured at which should be diagnosed at the early stage. There is no illness or any symptoms that will indicate that person has a heart disease. If that person is surviving his first heart attack, then he will be able to survive other. But in most of the cases, there is a rare condition a person survives his first attack. Objective of this project is to develop accurate predictive model. As I told before, it is important to develop a module that will give us a accurate result to identify high risk individuals. It will be identifying which person has the high risk and which person has the lower risk to personalize risk assistance. Here the person will be assisted whether what is the risk, that is what is the factor that is causing high risk in him, to improve prevention strategies. Like we will be having plans to prevent the factors that will cause us high risk in the disease and to facilitate early diagnosis. By identifying the risk of heart disease at the earlier, it will be easy to diagnose the disease at the earlier itself. The existing system, as you can see, the patient details is converted to test data set. Then there will be attribute selection, then pre-processing on data, and classification. In classification technique, they are using navy bayes, random forest, and support vector machine. This all together they are using, and they'll be predicting the heart disease. The accuracy measure is not higher in this. It is seen that 84% accuracy was achieved in the existing system. Proposed system. In the proposed system, we are using a random forest algorithm. Here the data set will be pre-processed and feature selection, and after feature selection, that data set will be split into test data and training data. The training data will be used to train the system. After the system is trained, it will be checked whether if the system is trained or not. If it is not trained, again it will be trained. If it is trained for is present, then it will give the output has a variable called as target variable. It will have value 1 if the person has heart disease. If the person does not have a heart disease, then the value will be 0. The hardware requirements: it require a processor of Intel i5, RAM 8 GB, 8 GB RAM is required, and system type 64-bit operating system, and hard disk 250 GB. And software requirements are Windows 7, 8, 10, or 11. Linux system can also be used. In the programming language used here is Python, and we are also using Flask with Python to implement the web. And we are using libraries like Matplot library, NumPy, Pandas library, Seaborn, and we are using Google Colab or Jupyter Notebook for implementing the code. This existing system architecture, the existing system where the data set is given for attribute selection, then pre-processing is done on data, then classification technique like random forest is used, then the disease will be predicted, and the accuracy of the model is checked. A random forest algorithm is like, it is a combination of many decision tree. Here decision tree is where variables are mapped in a tree format, where the this model uses 13 variables. It is a large number of variables. So fitting all variable in a tree is to be difficult. So we are not which will be combined and one output will be given. So it will reduce the overfitting, and we'll also be able to train the model in less time. This is the data set required: age of the person in years, and sex. Sex, it will be 0 for male and sorry, 1 for male and 0 for female. CP, it is the chest pain, type of chest pain. There are like 4 types of chest pain that is classified based on the poor blood flow into the heart. Next is rest BP, that is the blood pressure. The minimum blood pressure of a person should be between 90 to 120. Next is cholesterol level. The cholesterol level of a person should be less than 200. If it exceeds 200, is said to have a cholesterol. Then this is fasting blood sugar. The fasting blood sugar should be less than 120, that is diabetics level. And rest ECG, that is electrocardiographic test, in which the el- sensors will be used to detect the electric activities of the heart. Then talash, it is the minimum heart rate achieved. And next is exang, it is the factor that will be like induced by the induced whether the person does exercise or not. If it does, it is 1. If not, it is 0. Old peak, it is the old peak is the st slope, that is like if that person doesn't exercise, then there will be some kind of effect on that on him. When he does too much of exercise and he does not take any rest, then it will cause some effect on him. So this will be seen in old peak. Then st slope, it is also related to the exercise. Then we have ca, it is the ca is the number of major vessels that is present in the blood. Tal, it is the number of iron content that is present in the human body. If it is normal, it is 1. If it is 2, it is fixed depth. If it is 3, it is reversible defect. This is the heat map. Heat map is nothing but it combines the qualitative and quantitative values of the data, where we are using the different colors to represent different values graphically. You can see this is the web implementation. I've used Flask to implement this. Here there are 13 variables which will be inputting to the system, and it will predict if the person has heart disease or not. So if that person has a heart disease, it gives the output as 1. If it does not have, then the output will be 0. The conclusion of this model is the model will be able to obtain accuracy of 95%, and we will be using random forest algorithm. If that person, as we have seen before, if that person has heart disease, it will give the output as 1. If it does not have heart disease, then it will give the output as 0. And this will help in health sector to have a good understanding of the human health. If the accuracy of prediction is more, then they can have a very good conclusion that the person is having heart disease or not. And finding the risk in person for heart disease, you will be enabling the health sector to diagnose it easily, because early diagnosis of disease will have a very effective cure in lesser time. Thank you.
Ms. Monisha, do you have tried the same algorithm with any boosting algorithm?
Yes sir, I've tried.
Okay. What about the accuracy and
I've used XG Boost.
uh,
I got around 89% accuracy.
what boosting algorithm you used?
Now I'm using random forest algorithm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you. And the next paper ID is ICAMSnT 01041181, traffic control using image processing, by Bhavya and Javagal. Tijon Institute of Technology.
Yes, sir. I'll be sharing my screen now.
Yes.
Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Divit and I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in computer science and engineering. The topic I will be presenting today is traffic control using image processing. The project was overseen by Ms. Bhavya N. Javagal, Assistant Professor, Department of CSE, Tijon Institute of Technology, Bangalore. My team members are Darshan Gowda K, Dheeraj Gowda T, Yashwant Subla. In this presentation, the topics covered will be literature survey, existing and proposed system, problem statements, design, and we'll be looking at some screenshots of outputs and then the conclusion. Introduction. The main form of transport in a nation is by roads. Traffic congestion on Indian roads have increased over the past few years. There are several methods of managing traffic. One such way is by using image processing. The process of turning a captured image into a digital image which can be saved anywhere and used to extract any information from it is known as image processing. Literature survey. Traffic can be controlled using a density-based control method which uses MATLAB for image processing and various MATLAB algorithms. Image processing methods are used to calculate the number of vehicles. The existing system, there's already many studies based on this. The existing system paper we based this off on was a ULU algorithm based. The existing model uses a ULU algorithm for detection of vehicles. ULU stands for You Only Look Once algorithm. The video is captured and broken down into individual frames and sent to the ULU algorithm. By using the algorithm, vehicles are recognized in the video. But this process requires a lot of storage and processing power as videos are larger than images. Our proposed system is based on image. We don't use a video, we use an image. Our main objective was to reduce the time being wasted on empty lanes during a green light. So even if there's no vehicles in that road, there'll be green light and it's waste of time for all the other lanes. So that's our main objective. The entire system was built to count the number of vehicles in an image. The count and matching are done using image processing techniques in MATLAB. The time is suggested based on the count of vehicles. Problem statement asked basically was the major reason for traffic congestion is the increasing number of vehicles. The existing system works on a time-based technique and manpower. Time-based technique wastes a lot of time, and if they use physical manpower like traffic police to control the traffic, it's a waste of manpower. Our design depends on two images. One is the reference image, which is used at the initial setup of the system. First, you upload a reference image, then all the image processing techniques are applied on that, like image enhancement, resizing, edge detection, and all that. Then later, once the initial setup is done, we go on to the repetitive process of uploading regular images. 5 seconds before the light goes green, when it's in red light only, the image will be sent. And using the reference image and the new image, we can deduce the number of vehicles in that lane. With this, we can determine the number of vehicles. This is a small application that we developed in MATLAB. Initially, we upload the image. Then this image, we set the lane limit. So to recognize only in a single lane and not recognize in the other lane to count the number of cars. This is the initial setup. Then in the initial setup, we can even set the number of vehicles to number of seconds. Like now it has been set for 5. If it's less than 5 vehicles, 10 seconds time should be allotted. If it's less than 10 vehicles, 20 seconds. And if it's less than 15, 30 seconds. Then after that, this is our last slide where we upload the image of vehicles existing. It'll return the number of cars and the suggested time. So now there are 3 cars, it's suggesting 10 seconds. And in the next, we upload an empty road where there's no vehicles. So 0 cars are recognized, suggested time is 0 seconds. And in another image, 6 cars, which is greater than 5 cars, suggesting about 20 seconds. In conclusion, to control the flow of traffic, an up-to-date traffic management system with the real world is being offered over here. The canny edge detection strategy an image processing technique is used to compute the matching using a processing tool for the digital image in MATLAB. The suggested approach can also prevent idling at green lights on deserted highways. These are my references. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Nimit, in your work, you are doing the analysis with the number of vehicles in the road. Okay, not about the timing they are waiting. You are also considering that time.
No, like the image is clicked 5 seconds before it goes green. Now, like 5 seconds, red light is left. An image will be taken at the last 5 seconds, and the processing will be done. And based on that, it'll provide the amount of time the green light should stay on.
Okay, fine.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
So, David, so why you are using canny edge detection technique?
So compared to all the other edge detection techniques like Sobel and all those, canny edge was the best. Like we even tried with Robertson's, then we even tried with something called zero crossing. We tried with most of them. Canny edge gives the most amount of detail compared to all the other edge detections.
So you have already done it. The
Yes, the
comparison.
full implementation done. Yeah.
But canny edge detection is very conventional edge detection technique, I think so.
Yes, canny edge is a very conventional, but our process is we are doing the subtraction base. Like now, if you see the slide, first we take the empty road, then we take the road with the cars, and we are like subtracting all the other elements. Then first we detect in canny edge, then later all the unnecessary noise and all will be removed once we do the subtraction. After that, we can easily recognize the number of cars in the lane.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
So I think you can go to the next paper ID. So ICAMSnT 04130 Land Registry using Blockchain Framework by Vinchu Pradeep, Tijan Institute of Technology.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, you are audible. So please share your screen and you can present.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, okay. Continue.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vinchu Pradeep. I'm from Tijan Institute of Technology, Bangalore. So I'm here to present my topic, Land Registry using Blockchain Framework. Our topic is about how we can transform the existing real estate industry using the technology blockchain. Real estate is a $256 billion industry in India, which is also the second highest employment generator sector after agriculture sector. For ages now, real estate is a go-to investment sector for a huge population. Yet this sector is crowded with corruptions, middlemen and brokers. It also has increasing number of fraud cases, document forgeries, land mafias and land litigations. So we are trying to solve all these problems using blockchain. As we know, blockchain is a shared immutable append-only ledger technology for recording, tracking the transactions and assets. So here are some of the major advantages of using this technology in this sector. So moving on further, we have conducted various literature surveys, research on previous papers. First one is reducing forgery in land registry system using blockchain. This paper showcases recording only land transactions on blockchain and validating the transaction hash, but it does not talk about eliminating intermediaries like brokers and also bringing in smart contracts. So second paper is smart contract definition for land registry in blockchain. This paper brings in smart contracts to validate the transaction, but it does not involve a government authority to oversee the process, which we think is a very crucial aspect to bring in. So in our proposed system, we have a smart contract written in Solidity which performs the transaction between the buyer and seller. Secondly, we have an admin as a registrar or a government authority who can verify and validate this trade between buyer and seller. Thirdly, we have brought in IPFS to store the land documents. The hash from IPFS and Ethereum blockchain will be used for validation, and this will be used to see the genuinity of the transaction. So we'll see how our platform works. Primarily, there are three stakeholders: buyer, seller, and land inspector. Initially, the user will have users, that is buyer and seller, will have to register using the credential onto the platform. Then they will have to raise a request to transfer of land. This request will be verified by the land inspector, including the buyer and seller credentials and the land documents. Then the land inspector initiate the transfer. After the transaction is done, the transaction will be recorded on the blockchain, and the documents will be stored on the IPFS storage, which the hash generated will be then further used for any further transaction, further verifications, or even in getting legally corrected. So here are some snapshots of our ongoing work. This is the platform. Here is the dashboard, and on our platform we also have brought in institutions like banking and judiciary who can track the land records anytime they need. In parallel, we are also on a research how to bring in the existing real estate data onto the blockchain more cost effective and efficient manner. So this is all about our research, and I think if anyone have any queries, please feel free to ask. Hello.
Thank you for presentation.
Okay, sir. So no
Thank you,
queries.
sir.
So we'll move to the next. Yeah, we'll move to the next presentation. So that is paper ID is ICAMSnT 0104148. The paper title is Machine Learning Based Selection of Optimal Sports Team Based on the Players' Performance by Ms. Rose Priyanka of Tijan Institute of Technology.
Can I share the screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is it visible?
No, no,
Now, sir.
no. It's not visible.
Wait a second.
You go to present now.
Of the players, we'll be getting the data, and then we'll be using that XGBoost algorithm. Then we'll be using that XGBoost algorithm to predict the best team. It gives you a 360-degree view of batting, bowling, and fielding. Introduction, as I said, machine learning provides a data-driven approach to optimize the team selection process by analyzing the history of players' performance. Will be getting which player is suited for which type of conditions. Like example, if you take Virat Kohli, he'll be best in many conditions like Australia, China countries. Like that, we'll be getting some history of those players, and then we'll select that players. And in this project, we will be having like uh, preference for all rounders, so that there will be no particular uh, player will be they chosen the best but since it is impossible to determine a player's total number of shots before the game. Uh, in this project, they only in this paper, they used decision tree and got an accuracy of 63.63% at the beginning of the game. And using we'll be using XGBoost algorithm are tested and processes the database in the that is needed for algorithm. But in this, it has some drawbacks. That decision tree classifier. As a as a drawback, it will take more time to get the data. In proposed system architecture, we'll be having that we can evaluate it, or else we can train the data using XGBoost algorithm, the algorithm which are using in this project now. The main objectives of this project is to produce a best team which suitable for which conditions. There will be many weather conditions also. It will be gone through that weather conditions, and then we'll be getting that best playing 11 for the team methodology. In this, for example, like as I said, random forest algorithm was using decision classifier at one time, and then that DA and SVM was using linear model server. But in XGBoost, both the things can be done parallelly, so that we can save the time and get the more accuracy. So from XGBoost, the it was better than decision tree classifier. It had increased the accuracy from 89% to 93.87%. Requirements: operating system Windows 10 or Mac OS, language Python, and scikit-learn library. Editor will be using Jupyter Notebook or Python Charm coding. RAM should be 4 GB or higher. This is a design of our project. Machine learning based selection of optimal sports team based on players' performance. Here, upload data set, EDA and pre-processed data, XGBoost algorithm is there. When we click upload data set, we'll be getting some data set from the previous data, history of data. As I said, IPL record from the 40 years that set into this. Then, if we upload it, we'll be getting EDA like this. Like for example, Mumbai Indians has won 109 matches. Chennai Super Kings has won 100 matches. On. Then, when the team wins the toss and they decide to field first, then when five times the toss, then they chosen two verbs like that. Same here when toss decision was batting, the team will be winning three. When it was three times they won the toss and chose to bat first, and they won for two times. Like this for every team, it is showing the data. And these are the top 5 players having man of the match for all 21 times and AB de Villiers 20 times, etc. Top three bowlers with respect to wickets, 4 wickets, 5 wickets made in. We have classified those bowlers who has all their career in IPL. So as we see, only top three bowlers are included here as a pre-processing. Batsman, it is respect to the runs, boundaries, sixes and 50s, 100s and death. And then we'll be getting accuracy rate of 0.93%. I mean, it will be 93.87 percentage. If we do this project with random forest or SVM, we'll be getting as 89 or 78 percentage of accuracy to predict the best playing 11. So we are using more accuracy algorithm, that is XGBoost algorithm. And RMSE is a root mean square, where we'll be having objective for it and natural for evaluating the performance of the model. Conclusion and as I said, as we expected, we got 93.87 percentage of accuracy, which is more than the existing system. In future, this analysis could be done between the game where the number of dots, remaining overs, number of wickets left and strike rate are known, which could help the players decide the position they should play, giving even better results. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And okay, so I think all of you have presented, and anyone
Yes,
is
sir.
left.
Myself,
What is
Kirti.
the title?
Yeah, sir. Surveillance systems.
I think all the titles are covered.
Yes, sir. No, I think you are in some other track. You please go through the. You are from which
So,
college?
currently, I'm on break. I spoke with Das sir. So he had told to submit present today, sir.
No, maybe your name is tracked. I think so. Here it is not there. Okay, you please check it,
No.
verify. Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
sir. Okay, thank you all for presenting, and I once again thank. 1 minute.
Hello, sir. Vinayak here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Vinayak here from Vasundhara Patil College of Engineering.
Yes, sir. You are from which track, sir?
No, sir. My presentation is completed, but I have one doubt that we didn't got mail
1 minute.
regarding payment, and also we didn't fill the certification link. Can you please check that?
So, can you please repeat it?
We have didn't fill the form of certification as we didn't got the mail from your side. Also, please can you provide me the contact number of someone so that we can contact
So it
them?
will be there in the browser. Okay, you can contact the that whoever is
But
responsible person
they
for
are
that.
not picking our call. We are
So you
regularly
already
calling them.
presented the paper, right?
Yeah, I have presented my
So
paper.
now you did not get the certificate.
No, I have a doubt regarding certification. like we didn't got the mail from your side to fill the certification from the same group. The different group from our college got the mail that you have to fill this form for the certification.
Registration call. Oh, okay, thank you. So you are asking about the registration. So I think everyone has, yes, okay, I
Certification link.
presented, and thank you all. Our chairperson, Dr. Hemanand, Assistant Professor, Department of Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, SAEC College of Engineering, affiliated to Anna University, Chennai. So thank you, sir, for spending your valuable time with us. And also, I thank Sai Prabhu and all the other participants who are here. And I now request the chairperson to announce the best paper.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to act as session chair. And my hearty congratulations to the whole team who's responsible for the conduction of this wonderful organization of this conference. Very well planned and executed. Just a second, sir.
Yes.
Actually, ICAMSnT 01041157. The title is Criminal Face Detection System Using Machine Learning.
Yes, sir.
Prathamesh
Yes, sir.
Matra.
Yes, sir.
Pratishthan.
Prathamesh Matre, sir.
Yes.
It's from Pratishan's College of Engineering,
Of
Visual
Engineering
Arts.
and Visual Arts. Okay, congratulations to the team.
Yes, sir. Are you there?
Thank,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir, for announcing the best paper. And I think we can wind up. And I know everyone has presented the paper, and all for the presentation also once again. And I'm handing over the session to the next track. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank Very
Okay.
good evening all. Myself Dr. John Petri. On behalf of the organizing team, I convey my gratitude to all the participants, all the session chairs. We are going to conclude. Thank you all. Thank you. All very best to all.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, can you?
Yes, we will come back to you. Okay, so we will. I will inform
And
your
all
doubts to the team, and they will send you the registration link.
Okay, sir.
John, sir, can we? Okay, okay, all connected. Thank you. Bye.